Welcome back to Warhammer. Today we're diving into old history of the Imperium before Horus absolutely went mad and betrayed the Big E. This video will actually show you how close their relationship was and how shocking the heresy truly was. Before we get into the video, don't forget to like, comment, subscribe, and as always, check out the description below for the merch. Now, let's get into the video.
The Void gave birth to the fleet in a storm of witchlight and thunder. Translation flares bloomed like false suns as the great ships of the Imperium tore free of the Immaterium, their brass and adamant hulls shuddering with residual warp fire. The darkness around Rylus filled with silhouettes of predatory mass, each vessel a city of steel and faith. Battleships slid into station like drawn blades, flanked by lean cruisers and swarms of escorts. Mass conveyors lumbered behind them, vast cargo holds crammed with armor regiments and siege engines. Titan carriers drifted at the edges of the formation, their cavernous bays closed and lightless for now, concealing god machines that slumbered like chained giants. Above the world, the fleet settled into a crescent encirclement, gun decks and lance arrays turning toward the planet with slow, hungry grace. Macro cannon housings rotated, Cyclopean barrels tracking across the curve of Rylus. Lance emitters bled a steady, poisonous glow, cycling through charge routines as the fabric of the Void itself seemed to recoil from the focused malice of Imperial weaponry. From the heart of that armada, aboard the flagship Glory of Terror, the Emperor of Mankind regarded his latest wayward child. Rylus turned below the viewing gantries like a bruised jewel. The hololithic projectors in the Strategium threw up a ghost of the world in mid-air, a globe of green and grey and black, rotating with stately precision above the command dais. Atmospheric overlays showed storm patterns and pollution plumes. Tectonic scans traced the bones of the continents. Vox intercepts and data scries swarmed in scrolling columns around the edges of the display. Auspex runes picked out the defensive grid in stark red. A lattice of surface batteries, void shield projectors and orbital platforms that clung close to the one great city like barnacles on a leviathan. The Emperor stood with his hands clasped behind his back, a motionless figure of gold and pale light before the turning world. His eyes, twin coals of controlled radiance, traced the lines of fortification and industry with a surgeon's attention to flaw. Population. His voice was quiet, but it carried in the vastness of the Strategium like a decree. A hooded remembrancer at one of the data lecterns bowed his head. Billions, my lord. Fragmentary records and astropathic echoes suggest a single dominant polity centered on the primary city mass. Several lesser city-states once existed on the surrounding continents. Most appear to have been suppressed or absorbed. There are traces of earlier compliance attempts from lost human polities, but no sign of non-human influence. The Emperor inclined his head by a fraction. The hololithic ghost of Rylus swelled, zooming in upon the main continental mass. The city was not a city in any rational sense. It was a continent wrapped in stone and plasteel and ferrocrete, layer upon layer of habitations stacked atop, manufactoria, bunkers, silo fields and shrines. Kilometers of walls encircled it in concentric rings, each one threaded with bastions and flak towers. At intervals, massive defense spires rose like fangs, their tips sparking with captured void lightning. Non-compliant, the Emperor said, and his words were as calm as a diagnostic. Yet redeemable. The mortal officers clustered on the lower tiers of the chamber bowed their heads as if the pronouncement were a sacrament. To them, perhaps it was. To the Primarch, standing at the Emperor's side, it was something else. Horus watched the turning city fortress with a predator's attention and a son's hunger to please. He stood a step behind, and to the right of his gene-sire, a giant in pale plate, his warplate pristine, save for the crusade badges and honor markings etched into its ceramite. The wolf's head of his legion blazed on his shoulder, snarling out over the heads of the assembled generals and iterators. Vox. Light flickered in his helmet gorget, picking up the constant whisper of reports from the fleet, but he tuned it out. All that mattered now was the voice beside him. He had seen 100 worlds brought to compliance. He had burned alien hives until they glowed, broken human tyrants upon their own throne steps, walked through the ruins of empires older than any recorded history. Yet every time he stood in a strategium with his father and watched a new world turn in the hololith, he felt the same tightening in his chest. Pride, anticipation, the sense that he was standing at the edge of something vast and still being made. The Emperor gestured, and the projection answered. Auspex overlays flared, data crawling in high and low Gothic around highlighted zones. The world shrank again, replaced by a cutaway of the city. Void shield nodes pulsed like organs buried within its depths. Heat blooms marked reactor cores and manufactoria complexes. Symbols bloomed over key sites, representing temples, armor depots, primary command hubs. "You will note," the Emperor said, more for the mortals than for Horus, "that their doctrine is centered upon the sanctity of that city, their industry, their leadership, their faith, all captive behind those walls. They believe the rest of the world exists to sustain that one place. This is a familiar pattern. It breeds endurance and fanaticism in defense. It breeds fragility." His hand traced the key nodes, each gesture accompanied by a brightening of the corresponding icon. Their void shield arrangement is powerful but rigid. It cannot flex quickly to accommodate impact from multiple vectors. Their orbital batteries have limited traverse due to their own superstructure. Their ruling caste is clustered within a central shrine complex that they believe impregnable. Their doctrine is centuries of layered siegecraft, all predicated on the assumption that any enemy must batter against these walls until it breaks. He turned. His head slightly, the faintest curve of amusement at the corner of his mouth. "We will not oblige them." From the lower tiers came the sound of boots scraping and armor creaking as the Imperial Army officers shifted in unease. Lord Marshal Cord, master of the ground commitment for this expeditionary force, stepped forward until he stood in the glow of the world's projection. He was a broad man, made small by the scale of the chamber, a lifetime of campaigns etched into the lines of his face and the scarred augmetics at his throat. "If I may, my lord," he said, voice rough, "my staff has prepared projections for a direct assault." The Emperor inclined his head in permission. The hololith flickered. New overlays appeared, tracing in stark color the planned bombardment corridors, the arc lines of mass landers, the zones where armor regiments would debark and begin the crawl toward the walls. Lines of data, like casualty lists, scrolled at the edge of the display. Our estimates suggest that a full encirclement, followed by sustained bombardment and progressive attrition, could bring this city to its knees within, at most, a span of some years, Cord said. "With careful husbanding of our artillery and armor, and with the Titans committed sparingly, we can expect the reduction of their defenses with acceptable losses." He swallowed, aware of many eyes upon him. "If, instead, we commit to an immediate shock assault on the primary defense rings while the void shields are still at their greatest strength, projections indicate..." He hesitated. "Tens of millions of Imperial army dead before the walls are even breached. Entire regiment strengths expended in the first months. The cost of an early breakthrough would be significant." The word significant hung in the air like smoke. Horus watched his father. The Primarch could read nothing in the Emperor's face, but he felt the faint shifting of will, the minute weight of thought, turning. Cord stood very still, the numbers he had recited flickering in his augmetic eye, as if he could not help but see them written over the world below. "A long siege breeds weakness," the Emperor said at last. "It invites unrest on nearby compliant worlds. It encourages those who watch us to believe that defiance may purchase time. Time is the one resource I do not tolerate being wasted. Cord bowed his head. My lord, we can contain the city. We can choke its supply lines, strip away its supporting settlements, bleed its armies in a controlled fashion. There will be lesser losses for us, and a slower, more complete integration once they surrender. We need not what? The Emperor's gaze slid to him, and though his tone remained mild, the air in the strategium seemed to tighten. Need not make an example? Silence. The only sounds were the susurrus of cogitators and the soft chiming of data slates. This is not a backwater fortress, clinging to isolation in the dark, the Emperor continued. Rylis has signals and trade routes that touch half a dozen neighboring systems. When this world falls, its fall must be a message. There must be no ambiguity about the fate of those who reject the unity I offer. He turned his eyes back to the hololith. The lunar wolves will spearhead the assault on the primary defenses. The Imperial army will secure the encirclement, hold the line, and exploit breaches as they are made. Titans will be unleashed when the void shields are compromised. We will attack in overwhelming strength, and we will finish this swiftly. Cord's jaw clenched. Horus saw it and marked it. The marshal bowed again, lower this time. As you command, sire. Later, when the councils had broken up and the mortal commanders were dismissed to their planning decks, father and son walked alone along the vast observation gallery of the glory of terror. The gallery was a cathedral of glass and metal that jutted from the ship's spine, encased in layered void fields. Beyond it, the stars wheeled. Rylis hung below them, its night side a smear of darkness broken by isolated clusters of light along its unimportant continents. Only the city burn shone like a wound, the artificial lumens of its industry and habitation shining through the atmosphere as a single poisonous glare. Horus walked with his helm mag-locked at his hip, the air cool against his scarred skin. He matched his father's pace instinctively, his long strides curtailed just enough to remain a step behind. There was no one else within sight. Custodian guards stood at the distant entrances, motionless as statues, their guardian spears grounded. Servitors rode the tracks far overhead, their mechanical limbs adjusting the gallery's lighting and gravity, but they might as well have been part of the architecture. If this world refuses the imperial truth utterly, the Emperor said without preamble, what price do you deem acceptable, my son? Horus watched the city burn in miniature. Clouds drifted across it, thin veils that could not wholly hide the glow. What price in lives? He asked. In lives, in culture, in time. The Emperor's gaze did not leave the planet. How much of this world are you prepared to discard in order to secure what remains? It was not a theoretical question. Horus knew that. His father rarely wasted words. Somewhere in the Emperor's mind, perhaps the decision was already made, but he wanted to hear Horus say it, to weigh him by his own answer. Horus considered the battlements and walls, the void shield nodes he had seen in the strategium, the billions of souls crammed into the city's spine. He remembered the casualty projections Cord had displayed, the neat ascending columns of death. We offer terms, he said at last. We show them the shape of the future. We give them a chance to accept reason in the face of overwhelming force, and we make it very clear what will follow if they refuse. He shifted his weight, the plates of his armor whispering as they moved. If they cast aside that chance, if their rulers cling to their thrones and their shrines in defiance of the unity you demand, then we cut out the rot. We annihilate the ruling caste, the priesthood, those who choose stubborn ignorance. We spare as much of the populace as we can, especially those who can be turned to use. Soldiers, artisans, laborers, stock for future armies, for new colonies. Human material is too valuable to squander lightly. He looked up at his father. We show no mercy to the architects of defiance, but we need not salt the earth behind us if the soil can still bear fruit. For a long moment, the Emperor did not answer. The reflected light from the planet limned his features in faint blue and grey, softening nothing. Then he smiled, very slightly. It was an expression with no true warmth in it, but there was something like approval. "You argue for a surgical cull rather than a purging," he said. "Merciful, some might say." "Practical," Horus answered. "We fight to unite mankind, not to pile its corpses into higher monuments." Words to stir iterators' hearts. The Emperor's gaze sharpened. "Remember, however, that every life spared must justify itself in the work to come. Sentiment is a luxury we cannot indulge." Horus inclined his head. "I understand." The Emperor's smile lingered for a heartbeat more, then faded as if it had never been. Inwardly, behind those ancient eyes, he catalogued his son's answer. Idealism, yes, but tempered with calculation. A willingness to burn those who stood in the way, coupled with an instinct to preserve the useful. It was a familiar balance. He had bred it into his sons, each according to the role he meant them to play. In Horus, he saw again the possibility of a leader who could inspire as well as terrorize, a front facing for the Imperium that mortals would follow, willingly even as they were pushed into the furnace of war. Rylus turned below them, ignorant of the judgment being weighed upon it. In the Vox galleries beneath the Strategium, the voices of Rylus howled in defiance. Captured transmissions crackled through layered filters as the astropathic choir and the cipher adepts worked. Images and sound bursts flickered across glass and brass. Grainy hollows of robed figures standing atop battlements, arms raised to a sky now filled with alien stars. Chorus chanting in barbarous dialects, invoking gods whose names no longer registered in any imperial archive. Speeches delivered to packed plazas ringed with autocannon and flak towers, promising salvation in stubbornness, calling the fleets above false gods and devils, come to enslave the faithful. A mortal operator flicked through the feeds, jaw clenched as another priest-lord appeared in the fog of static, face illuminated by torch, and altar flame as he spat curses skyward. "They call the city holy," an iterator murmured, watching over his shoulder. "They call the walls sacred. They say their gods forged their void shields in the heart of a star. They say no army of men will ever breach their gates. Then it is fortunate we bring more than men," his colleague replied, voice dry. Iterators across the glory of Terra and her attendant warships worked as diligently as the logisticians and munition officers. They composed sermons in high Gothic and low, phrases honed to cut through superstition and fear. They read into every captured rant from Rylus's priests, every invocation and promise, and wrote counter-speeches that would one day be broadcast into breach points and assembly yards, hammering home the imperial truth with the same relentless force as the artillery that would soon follow. They were weapons as surely as any bolter. They would break faith where steel and fire alone were not enough. On the embarkation decks, steel thundered and ships woke. Ranks of thunderhawks and stormbirds waited in ordered rows beneath vaulted ceilings, alive with warning runes and lumens. Servitors clanked along the gantries, checking fuel couplings and ammunition feeds. Tech Marines moved from gunship to gunship, chanting litanies of ignition and warding, their mechadendrites tasting the air for the tang of malfunction. The air stank of promethium, machine incense, and ion charge. Mass landers hulked nearby, brutish, slab-sided beasts with cavernous holes big enough to swallow whole companies of armor and disgorge them onto the killing fields. They were lined up like shells in the chamber of a planetary scale weapon, waiting for the firing pin of command. Within the holds of Titan carriers, God engines stirred. Reactor hearts the size of hab blocks woke with slow seismic beats. Coolant systems howled. Runes crawled to life along the sides of hibernating war machines as crews and sacristans hurried along gantries and maintenance galleries, unshackling clamps and removing holy stasis seals. Princeps sat in their thrones, cable-crowned and blind, feeling the first stirrings of their engines' machine spirits, like the returning memory of an old rage. From orbit, the light of the fleet dipped fractionally as power was rerouted. On the planet below, sensors trembled. The city of Rylis basked in the glow of its own certainty, void shields shimmering like a false aurora as the faithful thronged its shrines and walls. On the Glory of Terra's Strategium deck, the Emperor of Mankind raised one hand. Around him, the commanders of the Crusade leaned forward. The hololithic world turned once more, then steadied. "Prepare drop," he said. The words were soft, but they rang along every deck and through every soul like the crack of a world splitting. Cassian had never seen the walls from this high before. He stood upon the uppermost firing platform of the Eastern Bastion, the wind tearing at his cloak, and looked out over the cyclopean bulwarks of Rylis. The city seemed to stretch forever, a labyrinth of stone and ferrocrete and gunmetal rolling away in every direction until it was lost in its own haze. Bastions rose like mountains at regular intervals, their faces bristling with gun housings. Macro batteries sat in recessed cradles, each barrel thick as a hab block, their muzzles shrouded in heat shimmers. Missile silos yawned open between them, packed with the long, sleek bodies of void-piercing warheads. Between those iron teeth marched the smaller things. Ranks of autocannon, nested flak turrets, fire-step trenches cut into the wall crown, where lines of infantry milled and stared upward with tight faces. Beyond the walls, the land fell away into a patchwork of fields and manufactoria suburbs, the lesser things that fed and served the city. Cassian saw smoke from their chimneys, saw train lines glint like spider silk in the morning light. All of it lay under the shadow of Rylis, and all of it, the priest said, would be enough to resist even gods from the sky. He shifted his grip on the stock of his Lazarifal and looked higher. The sky over Rylis did not look right. There were more stars than there should have been. Points of cold white and malign red hung where yesterday there had been only a pale blue vault and the high, thin line of the shield dome. Around those new stars, faint motes of light flickered and moved, like dust motes in sunbeams. Cassian knew, in the way every conscript knew now, that those were ships, warships. Cities turned upon their sides and hurled into the void, bristling with guns that could turn mountains to vapor. His mouth tasted of metal. "Sergeant," he turned. The voice belonged to a junior officer, a stripling with a plume on his helm, and the stiff, deliberate bearing of someone trying to look like he was not shaking. The boy had a data slate in one hand, a holstered pistol at his hip, and the thin ceremonial chains of the city faith coiled about his wrist. "They want all line squads ready to redeploy," the officer said. "Civilians are being moved down to the hab vaults. The Strategos wants the upper districts cleared of non-combatants by midday bell." Cassian nodded. "Already sent my men down to help with the herding," he said. "No one wants to leave their little shrines and bed bunks, so we are having to pry them loose." The officer managed a tight smile. "Tell them our gods will be closer to them under the earth," he said. "The vaults are under the inner temples. If that does not move them, use the flat of your rifle." "Aye, sir." The officer lingered, eyes drawn upward, as another bright point kindled above the city. For a moment, Cassian saw the boy as he was beneath the lacquered armor and pomp. Young, afraid, imagining that even the magnificent sprawl of Riley's was suddenly small beneath such a sky. "Do you think they will come straight down upon us?" the officer asked quietly. "The priests say our walls have never fallen, that the god engines will wake and the void will crack before Riley's does." Cassian followed his gaze. The new light swelled, then steadied. Somewhere out there, vast things moved. "I think," Cassian said slowly, "that they know we are here. That is enough for now." The evacuation orders rolled through the city like thunder. Civilians poured from habstacks and market districts, dragging carts piled with whatever they imagined would be needed under the earth. Children clutched icons and cheap shrine trinkets, knuckles white around little idols, fashioned in the likeness of storm-crowned figures and sword-bearing saints. The city watch cracked heads and shouted themselves hoarse, driving the mass toward the shielded hab vaults buried under the inner ring. Vox horns on the corners of habs blared commands. The air shook with the constant tolling of warning bells. In the high plazas around the central temples, the priesthood of Rylis made a different kind of noise. They stood upon broad steps beneath stone effigies of their gods, bronze and obsidian figures that had stared out over the city for centuries. Robed preachers, faces painted with sigils of light and storm, preached to seas of raised faces and upturned hands. "Look upon the sky," one bellowed, voice carried far by unseen amplifiers. "See the false lights that drift there. They are not gods. They are thieves and pretenders. We have endured warp storms that blotted out the sun for seasons. We have endured plagues that turned blood to dust. We have endured tyrants and monsters that wore mortal flesh. Our gods stood with us in every trial. They will stand with us now." The crowd roared its approval. Banners snapped overhead, the sigils of Riley's city faith, spirals of lightning and eyes ringed with fire, thudding in the wind atop their poles. From the steps, the priests could see the great walls in the distance, pick out the black silhouettes of macro batteries and towers. The sight steadied them. Those walls had never failed. They had been raised in an age when the city had repelled invaders from the stars and from the depth of the earth. They were the bones of Rylis. Cassian and his squad moved among a different congregation. In the lower districts, the ones nearest the outer rings, the streets were already too empty. Here, conscript levies took the place of market crowds. Lines of men in drab armor shuffled into staging yards beneath the uncompromising gaze of their officers. Armor columns idled at intersections, engine fumes pooling like smog between the hab blocks. Autocannon were dragged into kill lanes, mounted on makeshift barricades. The air tasted of oil and fear. As Cassian watched, a column of heavy tanks rumbled past, their turrets tracking skyward like hounds scenting the air. The crews sat exposed in their cupolas, helmets turned upward, eyes narrowed against the glare. Above, banners fluttered from the wall crown, the same symbols as in the temple plaza, now stark against the grey sky. "Sergeant!" someone shouted. "Orders from command!" Cassian turned. A runner, panting, thrust a folded slip of plastic into his hand. He unfolded it with numb fingers, eyes scanning the angry scrawl. All civilians within the outer districts to be pressed into labor units. All conscript squads to take position in trenches against the first ring. The hab vaults were sealed. Whoever was not inside by now would not be getting in. He opened his mouth to curse, but the sky answered first. The first wave of orbital fire fell without noise. There was a moment, an impossible heartbeat, when streaks of light appeared high above the horizon, too straight and bright to be natural. They did not look like shells. They looked like spears of white flame, descending with impossible speed. "Someone on," the wall called out. Someone laughed. Someone dropped to his knees. Cassian only stood and stared as the streaks lengthened, their tips blossoming into incandescent points. Then the world tore open. The shock hit his ears as a single colossal impact that seemed to originate inside his skull. The ground under his boots jerked like a living thing. He felt air slam into him, full of dust and heat, as if some giant hand had clapped beside his head. A second later, the sound truly arrived, a rolling, shuddering roar that drowned out every voice. Beyond the walls, where the farmlands rolled and the satellite towns clustered, entire horizons turned to boiling light. Macro salvo after macro salvo crashed down in measured patterns, each impact a sunbloom, each bloom erasing a fortress town, a manufactorium, a transport hub. The outlying garrison bastions that had fed and protected Rylis vanished under towering pillars of smoke and fire. Armored columns on the move became streaks of molten slag and scorched tracks. Road nets buckled, lifting into the air like torn cloth. Farmlands that had stretched for leagues were ploughed into blackened furrows. Cassian felt the heat on his face despite the distance. He tasted ash on his tongue. Men around him were clutching at parapets and gun shields, eyes wide, mouths shaping words that could not be heard. The bombardment did not touch the city. The great void shield that wrapped Rylis flared, a dim, ghostly glow rippling across the sky as stray energies licked against it. The dome flickered in Cassian's vision, a faint curvature that made the air seem thicker, heavier. Inside it, the shockwaves came dulled. The macro shells fell with surgical precision, walking a ring of annihilation around the shield's edge, flattening everything that was not the city proper. Millions died in those first few minutes. Cassian knew it with a distant, detached part of his mind. Every flash on the horizon was a town erased, regiment gutted, a family not fast enough to reach a vault. The Imperium of the Sky, whatever name it claimed, was writing its introduction in fire and statistics. The priests on their steps screamed and shook their staffs. "Behold!" one shouted, pointing at the shimmering veil above the city. "Our gods hold firm! The false lights cannot pierce the holy dome. The storm crown watches over Rylis." The crowd in the plazas howled their approval, voices ragged with terror, disguised as joy. They could see the ruin outside the walls on the pict screens and hollow projections. They could see the shield holding, feel the faint tremor under their feet as the city's ancient deep-core reactors fed impossible amounts of power into the defense grid. In the bastions and command bunkers, men who knew better exchanged grim looks. The shield had held, yes. For now, its power draw was already pushing the reactors into stress margins that had not been tested in living memory. The outer world was ash. Rylis had become an ember in a sea of ruin, and embers could be snuffed. The bombardment slowed. The false stars in the sky shifted formation. Cassian watched the distant fires gutter and smolder, ringed by rising columns of black smoke. His ears rang. Dust lay on his tongue when he swallowed. Somewhere behind him, a man was retching over the parapet. A siren began to wail, a different tone than before. Not the rising note that had heralded the civilian's flight, but a harsh, rising and falling cry that clawed at the nerves. "They are coming down," someone muttered. They came like meteors. Cassian saw them first as new streaks of light, smaller than the macro shells, but more numerous, plunging toward the ash-shrouded landscape outside the shield. At first, he thought it was another salvo, until one of the streaks slammed into the ground and did not explode outward, but blossomed into a flower of displaced earth and smoke. Thunderhawks, stormbirds, dropcraft of the Legiones Astartes. Within those armored bodies, in the roaring, shaking dark, Horus Lupercal watched the fortress city grow. He stood in the forward bay of the command Thunderhawk, mag boots locked to the deck as the gunship screamed through the atmosphere. The world outside was a flickering maelstrom of cloud, re-entry fire, and the lingering glare of the bombardment. Auspec's runes stalked across his helm's eye lenses. Vox cant flowed in his ears, the voices of lunar wolves' spear companies all speaking in crisp, measured tones that did nothing to hide the killing joy beneath. First wave on target. Drop coordinates confirmed. Enemy outer trenches ahead of the shield perimeter are in disarray. Second wave 2 minutes behind. Third wave forming. He had seen many worlds from this angle, through plasteel viewports and armor glass. Rylis was distinguished only by the thickness of its walls and the sheer scale of the ruin now surrounding it. The outlying bastions were craters. The fields were a smear. Only the void dome gleamed, defiant and stubborn, over the vast sprawl of the city. "Remember," Horus said into the company vox, his voice level, "we are here to break their outer claws and secure the kill ground. We are not yet at the heart. Make it clean. Make it terrifying." Affirmatives rolled back to him, vox clicks and low oaths. The Thunderhawk bucked and snarled as it broke through the upper air. The view cleared. Below, trenches like wounds encircled the shield boundary, hastily scraped into the blackened soil. Cassian and men like him were there, scrambling to man guns that had not been turned toward the sky in time, and now had to be swung down to fire on descending shapes. Lascannon and flak shells clawed upward, tearing ragged scars through the incoming formations. Some Thunderhawks died, ripped apart mid-descent, their burning carcasses trailing smoke as they cartwheeled into the wreckage fields. Most came through, armor blackened but unbroken, engines screaming. Horus felt the shift in gravity as the command Thunderhawk flared its thrusters and came in low over the enemy lines. The hatches blew with sharp detonations. The ramp slammed down. The Warmaster of a future age strode into his war. Ivory ceramite and black trim, the armor of the lunar wolves glowed in the ember light. Chains and honor seals trailed from pauldrons and greaves. The first ranks went out at a run. Bolters braced, firing from the hip with the ease of long practice. Each shot cracked the air. Heavy mass reactive rounds cutting swathe through the defenders, still scrambling for cover. Men were torn from their feet, bodies pitching backward in pieces. Auto-cannon emplacements became fountains of debris as the shells found magazine feeds and power lines. Cassian saw them. For a moment, his mind refused to fit the image to anything he knew. These were not men. They were statues in motion, war gods from temple murals, leaping from fire. Their armor was the color of old bone, chased with gold. Wolf sigils snarled on their shoulders and breastplates. They moved with a speed that belied their size, shrugging off lasfire as if it were rain. "Fire!" he shouted, voice cracking. "Fire, damn you!" His squad obeyed, but their shots went wide or hissed harmlessly against ceramite. A single Astartes turned toward them, bolter lifting. Cassian saw the weapon's muzzle flare, saw half his squad vanish into pulped meat and shrapnel, and then he was flung backward as something heavy slammed into him. He hit the deck, ears ringing, lungs empty. When he staggered upright again, the Astartes had already passed him, advancing without haste, stepping over bodies as if they were obstacles in a training hall. Chainblades screamed as they met the close-packed conscripts who had not fled fast enough. Trench sections became slaughter pens. Command posts were overrun in moments. Vox stations went silent as their operators died where they sat. Horus moved through it all like a knife. His presence bent the flow of battle around him. Wherever his helm turned, target runes flared. Land speeders skimmed in at his command to rake gun nests. Predator tanks rolled off mass landers to pour heavy fire into hardened positions. It was not enough to kill the defenders. They had to understand there was no hope. The outer trenches fell in less than an hour. By the time the smoke cleared and the last pockets of resistance were crushed beneath tank treads or reduced to ragged survivors hustled behind the new Imperial lines, the perimeter around Rylus was secure. The void shield still blazed, a luminous hemisphere that made the air crackle when you drew close. But the land beneath it was now girdled by Imperial camps and lines of gun emplacements. The first objective, however, was not the city itself. The planetary command bastion stood some distance behind the former trench lines, a squat, armored complex that had once served as the nerve center for Rylus's surface forces. Even now, with the outer positions broken, its vox masts jittered with encrypted traffic, trying desperately to knit a new line of defense under the shield and in the streets. Horus did not give them the time. He spearheaded the assault personally, leading his chosen company and a wedge of armor up the shattered causeways toward the bastion gates. The defenders fought with the desperation of those who had just watched their gods be found wanting. Heavy weapons tracked and spat. Walls of tracer fire clawed at the Astartes' advance. Men died, brave or afraid. It made no difference. The ivory tide rolled on. Demolition charges blew the outer doors inward. Breach squads flooded through the smoke. The bastion's interior became a maze of choke points, stairwells, and firing ports, all of them systematically reduced. Hand flamer bursts turned barricades into blazing pyres. Bolt guns hammered, control rooms and data galleries into heaps of shredded flesh and plastic. At the end, Horus stood in the central command chamber, helm off, his black hair matted with dust and sweat. Around him, the last few command staff of Rylis's planetary forces knelt, disarmed, wrists bound. Holomaps flickered and died, their projectors smashed. The city glowed in miniature on the central table, ringed in red where Imperial units were already digging in. "Your command structure is broken," Horus said, his voice carrying easily across the chamber. "Your outer defenses are gone. Your satellites are ash. Your Sally fields are in our hands. There will be no relief from outside, no rally from within." He gestured, and a Vox thrall stepped forward, rigged to the main broadcast arrays that still functioned. "Transmit this on all channels," the Primarch said. He looked into the emitter's unblinking glass eye. "People of Rylis," he said, "I am Horus Lupercal of the Luna. Wolves, I speak for the Emperor of mankind, who stands now above your world. Your rulers have led you into defiance of the unity that is your only hope of survival in this cold void. Look to your horizons. See what their pride has purchased. Ash, smoke, graves without markers." His gaze hardened. "We offer you a choice. Lay down your arms, open your gates, cast down your false gods, and accept the truth of humanity's dominion over itself. Do this, and there will be a place for you in the future we are forging. Refuse, and your city will become a monument of ruin that other worlds will read as a warning. You have heard the opening verse. You do not want to hear the rest." The message went out, bouncing from captured arrays to shielded receivers within the city. It cut across priestly sermons, across command channels, across the private frequencies of men like Cassian, huddled in redrawn lines under the shield's curve. Some snarled, some prayed, some listened. The reply came, hours later. A white-flagged convoy rolled from the shadow of the Void Dome, escorted by armored carriers. It passed through the ring of Imperial guns at a measured pace, watched by thousands of eyes and countless Auspex feeds. At its heart was a single ground car bearing the sigil of the High Command of Rylis. The forward bastion Horus had taken had been repurposed in haste into a parley ground. Its burning wreckage had been cleared from the central yard. Its walls now bore hastily erected banners, bearing the sigil of the double-headed eagle beside the lightning spiral of Rylis. The air tasted of recent fire. The Emperor of mankind stood beneath the shadow of captured defense silos, his golden armor dimmed as much as it ever could be, beneath the clouded sky. Custodians flanked him, tall and implacable in their own ornate plate. Horus stood to his right, helm off, his expression unreadable. Lord Marshal Cord was there too, and a retinue of iterators and scribes. They watched as the delegation from the city climbed from their vehicles. High Strategos Tiber was a tall man in armor, chased with ceremonial etching, his rank badges dulled by grime and stress. He had the set jaw of a man who knew he walked between death and dishonor and would prefer the former. Around him clustered aides and officers, some in full battle harness, some still in the robes of their office. A single priest of the city faith accompanied them, his staff capped by a storm crown icon. They advanced to the marked line in the dirt. The Emperor did not move to meet them. There was no need. Every step they took was within his presence. Tiber stopped, helm under his arm, and looked up at the figure before him. He had seen shrine carvings from the deep vaults, half-eroded relics from an older age, showing a man haloed in power, striding at the head of armies. The likeness was not perfect, but it was close enough to send a shiver down his spine. "You are the one they call Emperor," Tiber said. "I am the master of mankind," the Emperor replied. "You are High Strategos Tiber of Rylus. You command the armies of this city." Tiber inclined his head in rough acknowledgement. "I do." "Then hear my terms," the Emperor said. His gaze did not flicker. "You will disarm. Your macro batteries and missile silos will be surrendered to my control. Your void shields will be lowered on my word alone. Your priesthood will renounce their falsehoods and accept the imperial truth, or they will be removed. You will tithe soldiers and industry to the Great Crusade, to be sent where they are needed. In return, your people will live. Your city will remain standing. Your world will be enfolded into the Imperium of Man and given a place in its destiny." Tiber's lips thinned. "Rylus has endured warp storms that lasted seasons beyond counting," he said. "We have faced plagues that emptied half our districts and still filled these walls with fresh blood. We have broken tyrants who thought themselves gods, shattered invaders from the sky and the deep earth. We have stood alone against the madness of the galaxy and not fallen. Now you appear from the void, cloaked in light and crowned by your own arrogance, and demand we kneel. Why should we trade one tyrant for another?" "Because I am not a tyrant," the Emperor said levelly. "I am the only chance your species has to survive. You mistake your endurance for significance. You have clung to existence in one corner of the cosmos and called it victory. I offer you the stars. I offer you inclusion in a design you cannot yet comprehend. But I will not beg you to live." One of Tiber's subordinates, a younger officer with eyes bright from too much faith and too little experience, stepped forward before the strategos could stop him. "You are no savior," the man snarled. "You are a false son, a pretender god. And him," he jerked his chin at Horus, "him they paint in our stolen myths as an angel of war. You are false angels, both of you." He spat at Horus's boots. The saliva hissed as it struck the Primarch's greave, more from the heat of the metal than any mystic reaction. Horus did not move. His eyes did not leave the man's face. The Emperor's did. For a heartbeat, the air seemed to crystallize. The light dimmed, as if some vast, invisible hand had closed around the sun. The young officer's breath caught in his throat. His eyes bulged. The Emperor did not raise a hand. He did not speak. The man came apart, not in gore or ragged ruin. There was a brief flare of light, contained and precise. One moment a human form stood there, chest heaving, fists clenched. The next, there was only drifting ash in the shape of a man, hanging in the air before it collapsed in on itself and fell to the scorched ground. A blackened shadow remained etched upon the soil where he had stood, as if painted there by a flash of actinic light. Silence crashed down upon the parley ground. Even the distant rumble of engines seemed to fade. Tiber felt sweat prickling down his spine. The priest beside him made a soft, strangled sound, fingers spasming on his staff. None of them moved. "Be careful where you place your contempt," the Emperor said, his voice soft and perfectly controlled. "I do not require your worship. I will not tolerate your insolence." He looked back to Tiber, as if nothing of note had occurred. "These are my terms. Accept them, and Rylus will live on as something greater than it is now. Refuse, and this city will be reduced to an entry in a campaign ledger beneath a column marked expended. Choose." Tiber's throat worked. "We will take your terms back to the council," he said at last. "We will give you an answer." The Emperor inclined his head, granting that much. "You have until the next cycle of your primary star," he said. "After that, I will proceed as if you have refused." The delegation withdrew, walking more stiffly than before. Cassian, standing among the ranks of Rylysian prisoners in the bastion yard awaiting processing, watched them pass. He saw the ash stain on the ground between the two lines of warriors in ivory and gold. He did not know whose shadow that was. He knew it was a warning. When the convoy slipped back under the curve of the void shield, the light of the dome shimmered around it, and then grew still again. In the strategium of the glory of terror, the hololith of Rylus hung once more in the air. New data crawled across its surface. Subsurface augers had been pushed to the limit during the bombardment and the drops. Their readings now resolved in clear lines across the city's understructure. Horus stood with his father beneath the shifting light and watched as the image peeled back layers of stone. Tunnels, serviceways, forgotten catacombs and old defense routes revealed themselves in pale traceries. They spread out from the city like the roots of a buried tree, running far beneath the fields that were now ash, reaching even under the current positions of imperial camps and gun lines. "A warren," Horus said quietly. "They have been digging for generations." "And they intend to use it," the Emperor replied. There was no irritation in his tone, only interest. "They built a fortress to resist gods from the sky. They knew such an attack would come again. They prepared their answer beneath our feet." "If they refuse," Horus said, "they will try to bleed us from below, strike at our supply chains, our rear echelons. They know they cannot win in the open. They will try to make it a long, hidden war." The Emperor's eyes never left the lines of the tunnels. They glowed in reflection, tracing strange constellations across his irises. "Then we will make the ground itself our battlefield," he said. "Let them hide. We will dig them out, brick by brick, bone by bone." He raised one hand. Around them, officers flinched as new orders burned across their slates. "Prepare for siege," the master of mankind said. "Not of the walls alone, of the earth." The noose tightened slowly, made of men and guns and earth. Around the void-shrouded bulk of Rylus, the Imperial army dug itself into the skin of the world. Trench lines snaked outward from the shimmering edge of the shield dome, gouged into blackened soil with entrenching tools, dozer blades, and the blunt insistence of command. They ran for hundreds of kilometers, zigzagging and cross-branching, throwing up parapets and fire steps and communication trenches that turned the ash plains into a maze of mud and ferrocrete. Where once there had been suburbs, satellite townships, and farm belts teeming with life, there was now only ruin threaded with war. Supply convoys crawled along roads, hacked through collapsed hab blocks, and smashed manufactoria. Craters pocked the landscape like open sores, often filled with brackish water and the twisted remnants of vehicles. The air was never truly clear. Smoke from artillery parks and field kitchens lay in a constant pall over the camps, drifting between the lines in sluggish banks. The smell of it seeped into everything. Even the recycled air inside the pitted hulls of chimera transports tasted faintly of cordite and burned meat. Cassian found himself in that noose, no longer on the proud walls of his home, but in a trench gouged into the ground outside its shield. He had lived. Many from his first squad had not. Their absence was a fact, filed somewhere behind his eyes alongside a dozen other things that hurt too much to look at directly. Now he served as a guide and interpreter pressed into a labor battalion, his knowledge of the city and its hinterlands as valuable to the invaders as his aim had once been to its defense. He trudged through the lines under a borrowed Imperial Army cloak, escorting survey teams and artillery officers as they pointed out old culvert mouths and half-buried defense posts for demolition or occupation. He saw the full circle of the encirclement that way. It did not comfort him. Artillery parks hunched behind the front trench, arranged with cruel precision. Thousands of guns of every caliber stood in crouching rows, earth-shaker cannons on their braced carriages, siege mortars that looked like tilted factory chimneys, long-barreled field guns whose recoil spades had bitten deep into the soil. Ammunition dumps sat behind them, mountains of shells under camo netting and the watchful guns of their own sentries. The guns spoke almost constantly, their voices layered together into a single continuous rumble that never quite ceased, only rose and fell. Behind the guns were the camps. Regiment after regiment of Imperial soldiers moved through them, each with its own insignia and little rituals. Lines of tents stretched to the horizon, broken by prefab barracks, medici stations and armor parks, where Lehman Russ squadrons sat in rows like penned beasts. It was said that more men and machines now ringed Rylys than had ever marched under one banner on the world's surface before. Cassian believed it. The scale of it dwarfed even his city. And still, over all that, Rylys endured. Its void shield shimmered faintly against the sky, a hemisphere of invisible force that threw back the worst of the fire hurled down from orbit. Within that dome, the cyclopean walls and gun towers still stood, dark and silent, but very much alive. The city had become a single stubborn spark, clinging to existence in a ring of cold black ruin, and the Imperium of the sky seemed determined to smother it with sheer weight. Then the God Machines came. Their arrival was announced by tremors that ran up through the trenches and made the duckboards rattle. Men emerged from dugouts and firing steps to stare toward the rear, eyes narrowing against dust. At first, the shapes on the horizon could have been another wave of tanks. Then the shapes grew larger, and details resolved, and Cassian heard men begin to mutter prayers, some to old gods, some to the new. Warhound scout titans came first, striding across the ash with predatory grace. They were tall enough to look down upon hab blocks, all reversed knees and long, flexing limbs, weapon mounts bristling with turrets and barrels. Their armor was painted in the red and yellow of Legio Ignatum, the symbol of the burning eye set on their carapaces. Machine banners snapped behind them on long poles, cataloguing a history of kills and campaigns that stretched back beyond recorded centuries. Behind the Warhounds came the Reavers, mid-weight engines, their profiles broader and heavier, carapace-mounted missile racks and titanic cannon arms tracking as they walked. Each step shook the ground, sending little avalanches sliding down trench walls. Their heads turned slowly as they regarded the city through sensor arrays and machine sentience, their picked eyes glowering. Last of all, a single warlord engine strode into view, the God Machine's enormity dwarfing even its lesser kin. It was a walking cathedral of guns and adamant, its head a skull-faced tower bristling with sensor spines, its shoulders mounting weapon housings big enough to be bunkers in their own right. A volcano cannon hung from one arm, a barrel that could punch through mountains. The other arm carried a sun-killer plasma annihilator, its coils dark for now. A forest of aerials and pennants sprouted from its back. The air thrummed with the output of its plasma reactors, a constant, barely heard roar that nevertheless set teeth on edge. The mortal soldiery of the Imperial army regarded the Titans with the same mixture of awe and dread that Cassian felt. Men fell to their knees and made the sign of the Aquila. Officers barked at them to get up and show discipline, but many disobeyed. Standing beneath the shadow of a God Machine, the difference between commander and commanded felt very small. The Titans halted near the edge of the shield's effective range, pacing back and forth like hounds at a fence, their princeps and moderati communing with the war machine's spirits and the distant voice of the Emperor's will. Their presence alone was a message. Rylys had raised walls to intimidate invaders. The Imperium answered with walking mountains. The lunar wolves were less overtly monumental, but no less deadly. Horus Lupercal had claimed a ruined industrial megacomplex some distance behind the front line and turned it into his forward bastion. The place had once been a manufacturum city in its own right, a warren of assembly lines, smelter towers, and conveyor galleries that had fed the greater hive. The orbital bombardment had reduced much of it to jagged skeletons and piles of slag. The Primarch, had seen something useful in the bones. Now the shattered superstructure was shrouded in fresh plating and void netting. Gun emplacements peered from the mouths of former cargo gantries. Vox masts stabbed upward from smelter stacks like thorns. Inside, in cavernous halls that still smelled faintly of oil and old machine incense, the lunar wolves maintained their armory, their apothecarian, their own smaller medici halls and strategium. The Legion did not hold the trenches. That work fell to mortal regiments. The Astartes were used differently. They struck like the bite of a scalpel, hurled in small numbers at key positions where Rylis' counterattacks threatened to overwhelm mortal lines, or at bunkers and redoubts too stubborn for artillery alone. Thunderhawks launched from the mega-complex's landing platforms, swooping low over the trenches to disgorge squads directly into the teeth of enemy pushbacks. The sound of their engines became something like hope to the Imperial Army troops. To the defenders of Rylis, it was terror-given voice. The price of the siege was high. Even with the Titans and the Astartes, Rylis bled the encircling armies with every hour. In a vaulted command bunker dug into the flank of the mega-complex, Lord Marshal Cord stood before a wall of data slates and sigil banks, listening to the litany of losses. 3rd Heraxian Infantry, 30% combat effective. 5th Galleon Armor, half the regiment's strength wrecked or under repair. The 36th Tarak Light, reduced to cadre officers and a handful of survivors. Daily wastage across the encirclement lines in the hundreds of thousands, my lord. The enemy's artillery is well sighted and well served. They have the range to hurt us, and they use it. His adjutant's voice quavered slightly by the end. Cord did not blame him. The figures were staggering even to a veteran of as many campaigns as he had fought. The bombardment from Rylis' own guns came in waves. Massive macro batteries hidden behind the city's walls hurled shells in high arcs that crashed down among the trenches, smashing dugouts and gun pits, turning carefully prepared defense lines into linear graves. Counter-battery fire from the Imperial parks answered, tracing trajectories back to probable sites and saturating them with Earthshaker rounds and lance strikes where the void shield permitted. The exchange never truly ceased. It only ebbed and surged as both sides adjusted. Cord looked older than he had when the fleet had translated into the system. New lines had carved themselves into the flesh around his eyes. His augmetic optical socket whirred softly as it adjusted focus on the casualty projections. We cannot continue at this rate without running into recruitment bottlenecks in the adjacent sectors, he said. At this pace we will grind the Raylysians down, yes, but we will grind ourselves down as well. Our replacement regiments will be shadows of what we commit now. I must insist again that we escalate orbital commitment. A heavier bombardment aimed at the city's interior could crack their morale and their infrastructure. At the hololithic table, Horus folded his arms across his breastplate. We are already using precise macro fire to strip away everything outside their walls, the Primarch said. We could pour more into the city, but every shell that goes astray in those depths undermines what we mean to take. The understructure of that place is worth something to the Imperium, Marshal. My father will not see it slagged, because it cost you too many men to secure a trench line. The men are his as much as the stone, Cord snapped before he could stop himself. Sweat shone on his forehead. Their lives feed his design just as much as any foundry. If we expend too many here, other campaigns will suffer. The Emperor weighs such equations constantly. The voice came from the hollow emitter beside Horus's elbow, though the figure that materialized above it was solid enough to make every man in the room straighten. You need not remind me of the cost, Lord Marshal. The projection of the Emperor stood over the shifting ghost of Rylis, its carved features overlaid with the moving light of status runes and mapping sigils. Even as an image, his presence filled the bunker. We will not saturate the city from orbit, he continued. Its infrastructure will serve as a command hub and manufacturing center once this war is finished. Its tunnels, once cleansed, will be arteries for our forces in this region. Stone can be reforged. Flesh cannot, at least not in the numbers required. Cord bowed his head, chastened. Then we bleed, he said. We push trenches closer, inch by inch, until we can bring the Titans to bear at effective range, and trust that our reserves hold. You will not be alone in this, Marshal, Horus said. We will find ways to break their rhythm. They rely too heavily on what lies beneath their feet. They think it is their hidden strength. That will one day be their death. Inside Rylis, Strategos Tiber was trying to make that hidden strength count before that day came. The War Council met in one of the deep chambers under the central citadel, far below the vaulted halls where the ruling council argued theology and politics. Here, the air was cooler, touched with the scent of rock and old metal. The walls were bare stone reinforced with plasteel ribs. The table at the chamber's center was a slab of armored glasscrete, its surface etched with a relief map of the city and its environs. Around it stood under captains in scarred plate and the guildmasters of the tunnel clans, men whose faces were as lined and weathered as the stone they lived in. They wore utilitarian gear rather than the gaudy insignia of the surface caste, their clothing stained by earth dust and machine grease. Their eyes were sharp. Tiber tapped the surface of the map with a baton, tracing lines that ran beneath the etched walls and bastions. These are the primary service tunnels. They were cut in the days when Rylis fought other gods. They run to old silo fields, to storm drains, to forgotten strongpoints that were buried when the city expanded. We sealed many of them when the threats of that age passed, but we did not forget them. The clans have maintained them in secret for generations. There are deeper ways still, older catacombs from the times when our ancestors hid from the warp storms. Even we have not fully mapped those. One of the under-captains frowned. The Imperials have augurs that stare through rock, he said. They will have seen some of this already. Some, one of the guildmasters agreed. He was an elderly man with tattooed cheeks and the swollen joints of a lifetime spent in narrow spaces. Not all. Much of the old work is wrapped in ferrocrete and scrap metal, riddled with interference. The earth remembers our hands better than their machines do. Tiber nodded. They are building a ring around us, he said. Trenches, artillery, armor. They will not stop until their lines are close enough for their titans to tear at our walls and their angels to leap our parapets. If we keep hurling bodies against their outer works, we feed their guns and achieve nothing. The void shield holds, but the land around us is theirs, so we strike where they do not expect, below, behind. He traced a path from one of the deeper tunnels out beyond the shield, then upward in a gesture that bisected the etched trench lines. We form shock cadres, veterans, penal units with nothing to lose. They go down into the tunnels, emerge in the dead ground behind the Imperial trenches. They do not waste their blood on the Astartes. They go for supply dumps, medici stations, command posts, for Vox towers and ammunition trains. We cannot match the Imperium for numbers or for metal, but we can make them choke on the weight of their own logistics. There was a murmur around the table, some approval, some doubt. They will retaliate, one under-captain said. Their god machines will scorch the earth. Their angels will descend into the tunnels themselves. Eventually, Tiber said, if we sit and wait for that, we lose anyway. This buys us time. Every day they spend wondering if their rear lines will be cut is a day they are not pressing our walls as hard as they might. He met the eyes of the penal commander, a scarred brute of a man whose uniform bore the chains and brand marks of his station. Your men were sentenced to die in darkness for their crimes, Tiber said. Offer them a different use. Those who fight well may yet find their sentence commuted. The penal commander grinned, humor sour and hard. They will fight, he said, for a chance to spit on a sky devil's boots before they go, if nothing else. Beneath the War Council chamber, in the deeper reaches of the earth, preparations began. Old floodgates were opened. Collapse points were cleared. Weapons and ration crates were dragged into staging caverns. Men who had lived their lives under the sun learned to move in the half-light of lumen strips and glow globes, to keep their voices low, to listen for the tiny sounds that meant stone was shifting above them. Above, Horus Lupercal tried to see them through rock. At his order, Mechanicum servitors and Magi deployed along the encirclement. They set up new Auspex arrays that drove sensor pulses into the earth, listening for echoes. They trundled out ground-penetrating radars wrapped in torque shields to protect them from counterfire. They sent drill probes down into promising anomalies, their augers sipping data and spitting it back up through fiber bundles. The results were maddening. Ferrocrete reinforcement, reported one tech priest, Vox grill buzzing, scrap layering, dense deposits of conductive ore, significant interference across multiple bands. There are voids down there, Lord, but pinning. Their exact course exceeds our current configuration. Horus stood beside the Magos, watching a three-dimensional projection of the substructure hover over a mobile command board. It was a fog of flickering lines and half-seen shapes, crisscrossing and overlapping, until the total picture resembled a tangle of roots and veins. They have had a long time to prepare this, the Primarch said. They knew they would be attacked from above, and they spent generations cutting their answers into the rock. We are seeing the edges only. We could deploy seismic demolition charges, the Magos suggested. Pulverize the immediate substructure beneath suspect zones. Crush the tunnels before they can be used. Horus shook his head. That would collapse our own positions as surely as theirs, he said. And my father has plans for that Undercity. We do not destroy what we may yet use, not unless we must. He looked at the projection again, memorizing the ghost paths. We will increase patrol density around the likely emergence points, he said. Place heavier weapons where they can sweep the dead ground. I want Skitarii pickets along the more promising lines, with Auspex hounds. We may not see them coming, but we will be ready when they appear. Later, in a rare lull between bombardments, Horus met with his senior captains in a reclaimed control hall of the megacomplex. The room's original function had been lost in the centuries before the Imperium came. Now its walls were hung with Legion banners and tactical displays. Hololithic projectors showed sections of the siege lines, the city, the Titans' positions. The air smelled of machine oil and the faint, sharp note of Rikaf. Abaddon stood at Horus's right hand, tall and broad even among Astartes, his dark hair cropped short, his eyes cold. Other captains clustered around the table, their armor battered and scarred, their helmets set before them like the skulls of conquered foes. We are bleeding the army too hard, one said, tapping a gloved finger against the display where casualty markers glowed. Our brothers in the trenches can only soak up so much punishment before their lines begin to fray. A more direct approach would be to our advantage. A direct approach would please you, Ezekiel, Horus said, not unkindly. Abaddon bared his teeth in something that might have been a grin. We have Titans. We have orbital superiority. We have entire cohorts of the Legion here. We sit outside their walls and play at patience while their artillery chews through our fodder. Give the order. We drive the Titans in, push the shield to its limit, strike in strength at one point until it breaks. Let them waste their lives trying to push us back from their gate while we tear their city apart. And if the shield holds long enough to bleed the Titans dry, another captain asked, if their void grid can be overcharged by their priests, fed by the deep, reactors until our god machines are melting under their own coolant, we would be throwing away assets that cannot be easily replaced. We cannot fight a war of hesitation, brother, Abaddon snapped. We are the Emperor's wolves, not hounds on a leash to be walked slowly around a warren while the rabbits breed beneath our feet. Horus listened, eyes half-lidded. He knew Abaddon's nature. It had been there since they had found him on Chthoniya, a hunger to be at the point of every blade. Horus valued it. Sometimes he needed it, but not always. "We are the Emperor's wolves," Horus agreed, "and wolves know the value of encirclement. They know how to harry and exhaust before they make the kill." He gestured at the glowing city. "They have made themselves strong within their walls and beneath their streets. The more we pressure them, the more desperate they will become. They will commit to bolder moves. They will expose themselves, to be ready to take their throat when they do." Abaddon held his gaze for a moment, then inclined his head a fraction. "As you will, my lord," he said, "but do not leave us pacing outside their door forever. The Legion grows restless." "When the time comes," Horus said, "you will be at the front." Far from the control hall, in the stink and overcrowded heat of the primary field hospital, the Emperor walked among the wreckage of war. They had raised the hospital as close to the front as they dared, a sprawling complex of prefabricated structures and canvas extensions, its alleys and halls choked with the wounded. Men lay on stacked cots and makeshift pallets, their uniforms cut away, their bodies bandaged, their eyes staring. Medici servitors moved among them on clattering limbs, changing dressings and administering measured doses of drugs. Human medici and orderlies worked until their hands shook, then worked some more. The noise was a constant backdrop of groans, mutters, prayers, and the beeping of life support cogitators. It dipped briefly as the Emperor entered. He did not blaze here as he did on the battlefield. His armor was still golden, his presence still immense, but he had damped the radiance that might have blinded mortal eyes. Even so, men tried to rise as he passed. Many could not. They watched him instead, eyes widening, lips moving soundlessly. He walked between the rows without haste. He saw the shattered bodies, the missing limbs, the burns. He saw the wounds that even mechanicum augmentation and gene therapy could not make whole. For each of those, he paused. He would lay his hand lightly upon a brow or upon a ruined chest. Sometimes he spoke, words too low for anyone else to hear. Sometimes he said nothing. In each case, the monitors at the bedside would flicker. Lines would flatten. The breath would leave the warrior's body in a sigh. Pain would stop. To an observer, it might have looked like mercy. It was, in a way. None of these men would have fought again. Their lives would have been a slow dwindling of pain and fever in a corner of some archive, their minds eaten by drugs and memories. The Emperor spared them that, and spared his Imperium the weight of their continued suffering. His face did not change as he did it. There was no softness in his eyes, no hardening either. It was simply another task, one that he performed as meticulously as any other aspect of the war. A junior medici, face pale and gaunt from too many shifts without sleep, watched from the edge of a ward until his nerve broke and he stepped forward. "My lord," he said, voice trembling, "these men, many of them still speak of fighting on. Some still hope to see home, to see their families again. Their homes may already be ash," the Emperor said without turning. "Their families may already have been consumed by a different war, on a different world, beneath a different uncaring sky. Hope is a stubborn thing. It lingers where it no longer serves purpose. I remove it when it has become a hindrance." He looked down at the man on the cot before him. The soldier's lower body was gone from the waist. Tubes and wires snaked from what remained. His eyes were open, bloodshot, staring at the ceiling. "You asked to serve the Imperium," the Emperor said softly. "You did. Your duty is done." He touched the man's forehead. The soldier's breath hitched once, then eased. The cogitator rune flatlined. The medici swallowed, but said nothing more. Night came in halting fashion to the siege, the glow from the fires and flares and muzzle flashes slowly dimming as bombardments slackened. Above Rylis, The void shield dome hummed and flickered. Within it, the city's own lumens glowed, painting the dome from inside with a faint, false starscape, as if some artisan had tried to recreate the heavens they could no longer clearly see. Beneath that painted sky, in the deep places of stone and steel, the tunnel legions began to move. They gathered in staging caverns lit by low lumen strips and the sickly glow of chem lamps. Shock troops in darkened armor checked weapons and rebreathers. Veterans from the walls and the outer trenches strapped on packs, weighed down with charges and rations. Penal squads filed in with their chains unshackled and their collars blinking, the promise of commuted sentences driving them more keenly than any sermon. Guildmaster overseers walked among them, barking last-minute instructions about air currents, water seepage, markers carved into rock. Cassian was not among them. His path lay on the surface now. The men who filed into the tunnels were those chosen or condemned for this particular kind of war. At a signal from Strategos Tiber, ancient gates groaned open. Stale air rushed out. The first squad slipped into the black, boots splashing through runoff, laser-gun muzzles keyed low. They moved like ants through the arteries of their world, following paths marked generations ago, emerging beyond the shield, beneath the ash and the trenches and the busy, unsuspecting camps of the Imperial siege. Above them, in the quiet hours between bombardments, mortal soldiers of the Imperium dozed in dugouts or cleaned their weapons by red lamplight. Mechanicum servitors trundled along ammunition lines. Officers bent over maps and data slates, marking deployments and supply chains. None of them heard the faint susurrus of stone dust falling as sections of tunnel roof shifted ever so slightly under the weight of the world. None of them knew that the ground beneath their boots had ceased to be mere ground and become, once again, a weapon. The earth pressed in from every side. Cassian crawled on his belly through a shaft barely wider than his shoulders, breather hood rasping with each inhalation. His palms slid over damp stone and rust-flecked metal. The low profile plates of his breaching armor scraped against the walls, sending a fine rain of dust into his face. The lumen globe bobbing from the strap on his wrist threw a narrow cone of sickly pale light ahead of him, revealing only more cramped dark and the next guild mark cut into the stone. The mark was a spiral with a single slash through it, the sign of a junction. He reached it and paused, fighting down the claustrophobic urge to thrash and push blindly forward. Behind him, the shaft was full of bodies, a line of shock troops, all inching along the same suffocating route. He could hear them breathing through their rebreathers, could feel the impatience of the men nearest his boots. He twisted his head, lumen beams sliding over the wall until it picked out the next carving, half obscured by mineral deposits, 3 short lines beneath a crescent. He remembered the guildmaster's gravel-rough voice in the staging cavern, stabbing a calloused finger at the map. This mark brings you under the first belt of their lines. You keep going until you see the crescent. That is your cue to turn. If you go straight on, you end up under their artillery pits, and you will be buried before you ever see the sky again. Cassian ran his glove over the gouged symbol, then shuffled into the narrower side shaft it indicated. The air grew a touch cooler. Trickles of condensation ran down the walls, soaking into the coarse fabric of his sleeves. Somewhere far above him, beyond layers of rock and ferrocrete, the trench lines and gun parks of the Imperial army lay sprawled in their siege ring. He clenched his jaw, teeth rasping on his rebreather mouthpiece, and kept crawling. They had come for him in the labor camp, just as the Strategos had promised. He had been directing a survey team through a gutted hab block that the Imperials meant to turn into a forward depot, pointing out load-bearing walls and hidden conduits. The overseer had been a grizzled officer with a scar down one side of his face and a habit of jabbing his prisoner guides with the butt of his pistol when he thought they were not moving fast enough. The rumble underfoot had come first, subtle enough that Cassian had thought it artillery at a distance. Then the cracked concrete floor had shivered. Dust had showered down from the partially collapsed ceiling. The overseer had barked a rebuke, assuming some clumsy loader had rammed a support column, and then the floor had given way. Cassian had fallen for a heartbeat and then hit something hard but living. Hands had closed around his arms and dragged him down through the collapsing slab, out of the light and into the throat of the earth. Someone had shot the overseer when he tried to follow, a single bolt of lass fire that punched through his throat and flung him backwards into a heap of shattered masonry. In the half-light below, faces swam into focus. Guild tattoos, tunnel gear, shock trooper insignia of Rylis worn over blackened armor. "Tribune Cassian," a voice had said, low and amused. "You have been wasting your talents among the enemy cook fires." Now he led his squad toward those fires. He felt the shift in the air as the shaft began to incline upward. The smell changed, faintly at first, from stone and old damp to something else. Oil, smoke, the sour tang of too many bodies in close proximity. He slowed, holding up one hand to signal the men behind him. The line halted with grunts and the occasional muffled curse. Cassian slid forward another body length, then another, until the lumen beam caught on a grill of corroded metal ahead. He extinguished the light and let his eyes adjust. Glow filtered through the slits of the grill, flickering like firelight. There were voices, distant but clear now that the oppressive silence of the tunnels had fallen away. Men talking, laughing, cursing, the occasional clank of metal on metal, the thud of boots on a ramp. Cassian eased forward until his visor was almost touching the bars. He risked a glance through. He was looking up, into a culvert that debouched into the underside of a wide, shallow ditch, lined with corrugated iron. A latrine trench. Rows of wooden boards spanned the gap above, some occupied, others empty. Imperial army troopers in stained uniforms sat there with their backs to him, silhouettes against the glow of hanging lamps that ran along the length of the trench. Beyond them, through gaps, he could see the glow of fire pits and hear the murmur of a logistics camp at rest. He pulled back, lips drawing tight beneath the rebreather. "Up," he whispered. Slow, no noise. Knives were drawn, pistols were checked. Cassian braced his boots against the walls of the shaft and pushed, straining until the grill shifted. Rusty bolts gave with barely a squeal. He eased the metal aside and slid up into the reek of the latrine, shoulders brushing the boards. He rose from the shadows like some bad dream. The nearest trooper heard something and half turned, opening his mouth to shout, but the blade was already sliding under his jaw, punching up into the soft place behind his tongue. Cassian felt the man's breath stutter hot across his glove, then fade. He lowered the body gently onto the boards and turned to the next. It went like that down the line, a series of wet, soft sounds under the normal noises of the camp. When one man started to twist around to offer a crude joke to his neighbor and saw instead the shape rising from behind him with a blade in hand, the only sound he made was a strangled gasp that never had time to become a proper alarm. The shock troops flowed out of the culvert and into the trench, then up and over the boards, disappearing into the camp in small, dark knots, each with a clear set of targets. Ammunition parks, fuel depots, vox hubs, command tents. All along the ring, similar ascents were happening in forgotten waste drains, cracked storm culverts, and half-remembered access shafts. The tunnel legions came up into the light like a spreading infection. At the edge of the Imperial encampments, where the trenches gave way to the more fortified gun pits and the hull-down positions for the armored companies, the enemy under the soil was noticed, if not yet understood. A Lunar Wolves sentry squad watched the night through the lenses of their helms and the scopes of their weapons. They stood upon the rim of a secondary redoubt, black and ivory hulks, bristling with weaponry, their armor scored by long days of fighting and constant maintenance. Their Auspex packs hummed and clicked, sweeps of energy probing outward across the darkened landscape. "Picking up ghosts again," muttered the sergeant, tilting his head as a pale blip flickered briefly at the edge of the readout, and then vanished. His name was Scarion, a veteran of compliance actions on half a dozen worlds. He knew how a battlefield felt when it was only going through the dull, grinding motions of attrition, and he knew how it felt when something new stirred. "Ground scatter," one of his brothers replied. "Interference from the Titans." "Maybe," Scarion said. He adjusted the Auspex sensitivity, narrowing the band. For a moment the screen filled with noise, the static roar of the Titan's reactor signatures and the background chatter of the siege lines. Then it settled. Near the bottom edge, faint as breath, a cluster of heat points moved very slowly beneath the surface. "There," Scarion said. "You see?" His brother leaned in, helm lenses bright. "Subsurface convection," he suggested. "Old ducts venting, our own waste heat leaking into the soil." "Perhaps," Scarion frowned beneath his helm, "or something under the earth that should not be there." He toggled to the squad vox. "Sergeant Scarion to 9th Company Watch," he said. "Auspex is returning intermittent anomalies beneath our outer camp sectors. Heat blooms and mass that do not correspond with our own infrastructure. Requesting priority sweep from Mechanicum assets." The reply came after a pause. "Report logged, Sergeant. Tech adepts are overtasked with counter-battery targeting. Auspex ghosts are endemic around the shield's edge. Maintain vigilance. Alert if any anomalies breach the surface." "Understood," Scarion said. He closed the channel and looked out at the glimmering curve of the void dome. Behind it, Rylis glowed faintly, in defiant illumination. He felt the familiar itch between his shoulder blades, the sense of being watched by something unseen. He had felt it on other worlds with deep warrens and hidden enemies. "Keep your eyes open," he told his squad. "The earth here is not as quiet as it seems." In the strategium beneath the glory of Terra's armored spine, Horus Lupercal tried to inject fresh urgency into a war that seemed in danger of dragging on into a slow, grinding stalemate. He stood beside the hololithic representation of Rylis and its surrounding siege. Ring, arms folded, the lines of his face set in a frown. "Current estimates of Rylis's reserves," an adjutant was saying, pointer tracing glowing columns of data that floated beside the planetary projection. "They maintain stockpiles of shells and small arms ammunition, sufficient for at least several years of sustained attrition at current rates. Their manpower reserves within the city remain deep. They have millions not yet committed to the walls or the trenches." "Millions to feed into the guns," Horus said. "Yes, my lord. The city's deep granaries and vaults were stocked in expectation of long-term isolation. Their food supplies are rationed, but stable. Barring plague or internal unrest, they could endure under the shield dome for some years." Horus exhaled slowly. The siege lines moved in the hololith as new bombardment patterns were overlaid, tiny sparks representing macro shells walking across the simulated Earth. "A siege on that scale will drag on. Our own resources," he said. "We have many campaigns to prosecute. The more we allow this world to entangle us, the weaker our push into the surrounding cluster becomes. We need a decisive blow." Cord stood stiffly nearby, helmet under his arm, the weight of casualty figures still pressing on his shoulders. "With respect, my lord, I have been arguing that from the start," the Marshal said. "A more ruthless orbital engagement, targeted upon their inner infrastructure, would curtail their endurance and break their ability to resist. If we shatter their supply centers and their central authority, the rest will collapse." The Emperor listened, his gaze fixed on the city below. The data crawled across his eyes like reflections on still water. He tapped one gauntleted finger against the projection of the shield dome, making it flutter. "We have discussed this," he said. "The Undercity is of value. Its reactors, its transport galleries, its manufactoria. to destroy them now is to have to rebuild them later, at a cost in time and resources that I am not inclined to accept. We will not turn the core of Rylus into slag. We will take it. And the cost in lives? Cord asked, unable to quite keep the bitterness from his voice. Our lives? The Emperor's gaze slid to him. There was no anger in it, only a weight that made the Marshal's bones seem suddenly very light. Lives are the coin with which we purchase the future, he said. I spend them with care. That you feel the loss is not a flaw, Marshal. It is why you hold the office you do. But do not presume that I am unaware of the tally. I know every name that dies for me, even if only as a tiny shift in the pattern of thought that is this crusade. Horus glanced at his father, wondering, not for the first time, to what extent that was quite literally true. It is not only material I am concerned about, the Primarch said. Fanaticism has a way of birthing things in the warp. We have seen cult worlds where the intensity of belief left wounds on the veil. Rylus reeks of stubborn faith. Their priests call down gods on their walls. He looked to his father. Do you sense anything from them beyond blind human defiance? The Emperor's brow creased, very slightly. He turned his attention inward for a moment, feeling along the loose threads of thought that rose from the city like heat currents. There is turbulence, he said, a roiling of emotion, fear, rage, devotion to dead idols. But I feel no organized malice beyond the human, no demonic intrusion. My presence here weighs upon the warp, cowling it. No nascent psyche within those walls can reach for power without attracting my direct notice. They know it, even if they do not understand why their prayers go unanswered. He dismissed the thought with a flick of his hand. This is a mortal war, mortal stubbornness, mortal blood. It will be settled with guns and blades, not with the intervention of the warp. Below, in the deep chamber of stone and plasteel beneath the citadel, Strategos Tiber placed his last pieces on the board. Runners came and went, their boots thudding on the hard floor, bearing message slates and whispered reports from the tunnel guilds. Each time, Tiber would glance at the scrap of plastic or the carved token presented, and then nod, another line of tension writing itself across his face. Second shock cadre in position under the Western Artillery Park, an aide reported. Third cadre beneath the primary Medici district. Penal elements present and ready to move. Vox is patchy, but the signal torches have been lit. And the central cadre? Tiber asked. In place under their main logistics hub, the aide said. The one they raised in the shell of our old manufactorum city. Tribune Cassian leads the spear element there. Tiber let out a breath he had not realized he was holding. Cassian had been a question mark on his mental map, ever since word came that the man had been taken alive. To see that single name attached now to a crucial task felt like an omen. Good, he said. Then we proceed. He looked around the chamber at the assembled officers. Their faces were drawn, lit by the glow of lumen strips and the faintly pulsing lines of the table map. They knew what he was asking. Many would not live to see another dawn. We cannot starve our enemy, Tiber said. We will never match his weight of metal. We can, however, remind him that no line he draws is truly secure. When these charges go off, I want them to understand that every step they have taken on our soil, every trench they have cut, every gun they have emplaced, rests on our bones. He turned to the guildmasters. Trigger the first sequence, he ordered. Bring the earth down under their guns. As the last hours before dawn crawled past, small things began to fail across the Imperial siege. Ring. In some sectors, it was nothing more than a flicker of light, a brief dimming of lumen strips in a command tent as a power conduit overloaded. In others, a vox mast crackled and went silent, its signal suddenly choked by interference. Fuel lines that had been feeding steady promethium to the field kitchens and generatorums sputtered and coughed, pressure dropping as unseen valves closed somewhere far beneath the surface. Sabotage teams moved like shadows through the sleeping camps. At one fuel depot, a team of Rylesian infiltrators in stolen uniforms smiled their way past a bored sentry and disappeared between stacks of fuel drums. Moments later, the feed lines feeding that depot ruptured in several places, spilling slicks of promethium into channels where simple timed igniters waited. At a Vox relay hub, 2 men in Imperial colors climbed the access ladder and walked the gantry as if on maintenance duty. They reached the central distribution node, stripped off their gloves, and placed small, innocuous packages against the junction blocks. When they climbed down again, their pockets were empty. The relay failed 10 minutes later in a shower of sparks, its power distribution crystals cracked by a carefully calculated pulse. These small cuts went largely unnoticed by the frontline units. Trench gunners cursed as their field vox went dead and resorted to runners. Logistics officers swore and beat their underlings. No one saw the full pattern yet. Horus slept in his armor, as he often did on campaign, reclining on a slab in a private chamber off the forward bastion's strategium. His helm rested on a plinth beside him, its optics dark. The hum of the mega-complex's generators and the distant thud of artillery seeped through the walls, background noise that his transhuman senses had long ago learned to file away. The dream that held him was not a dream in the mortal sense. It was a replay of the war as he had seen it from orbit, the world, turning, lines of data overlaying its face. He was in the strategium again, his father beside him, the planet a puzzle to be solved. He opened his mouth to speak and tasted ash. The first detonation jolted him awake. The slab beneath him bucked, throwing him half upright. Dust sifted down from the ceiling vents. The chamber lights flickered. For a moment there was nothing but disorientation, the thump of his twin hearts hammering against his ribs. Then the vox in his helm began to howl. He snatched up the helmet, sealed it to his gorget in one smooth motion, and the world came alive in vox shrieks and status runes. Explosions in the rear sectors, ammunition parks Alpha through Gamma compromised. We have fires in the Thunderhawk bays. Artillery sectors 3 and 4 reporting ground collapse under primary guns. Repeat, ground collapse, guns down, crews trapped, unknown cause. Command to all units, this is not a drill. Enemy action confirmed inside the perimeter. All Astartes elements, status and redeploy orders to follow. Horus strode from the chamber, armor systems coming fully online as he moved. Servos whined, power cables hummed. By the time he hit the corridor, his full battle icon had bloomed across Legion Vox channels. "Report!" he snapped. A flood of information surged toward him. He filtered it with the practiced speed of a mind built for war. The first charges had gone off beneath the artillery parks, carefully placed in the tunnels, so that when they exploded, they did not simply blast upward, but undermined the heavy gun platforms, cracking their foundations and collapsing the ground into jagged sinkholes. Earthshaker emplacements slumped into sudden pits. Crews and ammunition tumbled down with them in a chaos of shrieking metal and broken bodies. Farther back, secondary charges ripped through the underpinnings of the Thunderhawk hangars and mass lander staging areas. One hangar roof sagged and then gave way entirely, burying a squadron of gunships under twisted metal and rubble. Fuel lines ruptured. Fires bloomed with terrifying speed as ignition sources met spilled propellant. The logistics hub in the reclaimed Manufacturum city took several hits at once. Loaders were flung off their feet as the floor heaved, stockpiles collapsed, storage racks toppled like trees in a storm. Into that chaos, Cassian led his squad. They came up through a culvert that opened into the shadowed underbelly of the main distribution halls. Above them, the iron bones of the old Manufacturum had been repurposed into gantries and storage platforms, stacked with crates of rations, ammunition, and spare parts. Servitor trains clanked along tracks, hauling pallets. Human workers in dingy uniforms moved between stations with clipboards and data slates, blinking in confusion as the detonations rattled the superstructure. Cassian signaled his men forward. They spread out in a skirmish line, weapons low, moving from shadow to shadow. The first targets were the overseers in their high-vis harnesses and their pistol holsters, the ones whose instinct would be to restore order by shouting and shooting. They died with barely a sound, last bolts punching into their backs and through their lungs before they could rally their charges. A tech adept saw movement at the edge of his cogitator bay and started to turn, mechadendrites lifting in alarm. A burst from a stolen stubber stitched his robed torso, staggering him back against his console. Sparks flew as his metal bulk crashed into the panel, the bay filled with the stink of burning insulation. "Do not waste shots on the servitors," Cassian growled, as one of his men raised his weapon toward a lumbering loader. "They are stupid and slow. It is the minds that matter." They moved deeper, following the lines of the ceiling pipes and cable bundles. Cassian knew the layout. He had walked these halls under guard, his eyes recording details, even when the guards thought they were cowed. Now that knowledge paid off. "This way," he said, gesturing. "The main munitions lifts are ahead. If we take them, we can turn their own guns." A squad of Imperial troopers rounded a corner unexpectedly, weapons half raised, eyes wide. The brief moment of mutual surprise ended in a flare of fire. Las beams and stub rounds flashed in the dim. Men fell on both sides. Cassian felt a line of heat across his thigh as a shot grazed his armor. He dropped to one knee, returning fire in measured bursts, not wasting energy. The enemy troopers had no cover. They went down in jerking handfuls, smoking wounds punched through their torsos. "Forward!" Cassian roared. "They are disorganized! Push!" They crashed into the outer ring of the munitions hub like a wave. Rows of pallets stacked with artillery shells and tank rounds stretched away into the gloom. Overhead, chains rattled as lifting cranes shuddered to a halt, their operators abandoning controls to flee or fight. Cassian saw the big shell feeds that ran from the storage bays out toward the gun lines, conveyor systems that carried the siege's lifeblood. He also saw the cluster of control cogitators and power nodes that governed their operation. "Charges there, there and there," he snapped, pointing. "We either feed their guns for them, or we feed them nothing. Either way, we choose." His men moved, slapping mag charges onto key junctions, setting timers with practiced fingers. Others took up positions covering the access routes, turning captured heavy stubbers and autocannon toward the entrances. The first Imperial counter squads to respond found their own weapons waiting for them, barrels already laid. Klaxons began to howl across the encampment, a rising wail that cut through the shouts and the crack of gunfire. Searchlights swung wildly, beams lancing through the drifting smoke as officers bellowed orders. Somewhere, a Vox officer managed to force a coherent transmission through the suddenly snarled channels. "Enemy in the rear! Enemy in the rear! All units, be advised. Hostile forces have breached the inner lines. Repeat, hostile forces within the camp. Secure your sectors. Protect your supply chains. This is not a drill." The words rippled down the trenches, through the armor parks, into the artillery pits, where men clawed their way out of sudden sinkholes. Mortals grabbed weapons and ran toward the sound of fighting. Astartes' squads diverted from their usual patrols, moving in that long, ground-eating stride, heavy weapons ready. Above it all, the titans of Legio Ignatum turned their heads, god machines reacting with slow, angered curiosity to the disturbance behind their feet. From 1,000 mouths and 1,000 vox horns, alarm calls blared. The once secure rear echelons, the supposedly safe heart of the siege, had become a battlefield. Enemy soldiers in the wrong colors were erupting from the earth, knives and guns in hand, tearing into the soft underbelly of the Imperium's war host. The night tore itself open. Columns of fire clawed at the sky, rising from where magazines had detonated under the skin of the Imperial camp. Whole stacks of artillery shells went up in linked waves, each blast slamming into the next, turning carefully ordered ammo parks into volcanoes of jagged metal and burning propellant. Tents vanished in gouts of flame and shredded canvas. Hab blocks built in haste folded like paper as their support columns buckled under the shock. Vox traffic, usually a disciplined murmur of orders and reports, became a shrieking tangle. Channels overlapped. Voices shouted over one another, some coherent, most not. Contact in the rear lines. Repeat, contact inside the perimeter. Enemy infantry in force. Medici Station Delta overrun. We have wounded in the open. Requesting Astartes support. Requesting any support. Artillery Sector 3 is gone. All guns down. Repeat. All guns down. Ground swallowed half the park. Unknown number of casualties. The sound of lasfire and stubber bursts beat against the deeper roar of secondary explosions. Flares shot into the air, bursting overhead in harsh white and red, throwing the camp into a nightmare of leaping shadows. Releasian shock troops moved through that chaos with the cold purpose of men who knew they were already dead and had been granted one last useful act. They swarmed through tent rows and prefab structures, low-profile armor blackened to break up their silhouettes. Knives flashed in close confines, cutting throats before alarms could be properly raised. Lasfire lit the insides of Medici stations as unarmored orderlies and half-conscious wounded were cut down where they lay. Command bunkers that had been sited to withstand shellfire proved vulnerable to something more intimate. Breaching charges slapped onto blast doors, detonated in quick succession, followed by a rush of dark figures and the wet, ugly sounds of close-quarter killing. In one such forward command post, Lord Marshal Cord ducked as a burst of fire chewed apart the cogitator bank behind him. Shards of metal and plastic hailed across the chamber, pinging off his armor and cutting shallow lines in the skin of the officers at his back. "Fall back to secondary!" someone shouted. The words were drowned under the roar of another detonation as the outer access door failed. Smoke punched into the room, thick and acrid, bringing with it the sharp crack of lasfire and the guttural shouts of intruders. Cord snatched up his helmet from the table, where he had been poring over casualty slates, and sealed it with fumbling hands. He drew his sidearm with the other, the old weapon feeling suddenly very small. The recessed firing positions along the chamber walls spat out answering fire. The first wave of shock troops through the breached doorway staggered as rounds caught them in the chest and face. More figures surged up behind them, trampling their fallen. Grenades arced in, bouncing across the stone floor to detonate in concussive blasts that left men staggered and deafened, eyes watering from the stench of propellant and ruptured bodies. Cord saw his adjutant go down, chest a ruin. He saw a Vox officer clutch at his throat, blood pulsing between his fingers. A Rylesian attacker vaulted over a control console, bayonet flashing toward the marshal's face. He fired, the pistol's muzzle flare brilliant at this range. The shot took the man in the mouth, snapping his head back, but another was already coming, boots slipping on spilled blood. The marshal took a step back, boots skidding. His heel struck the edge of a data pedestal. He felt the room tilting, not in truth, but in that moment of vertigo that comes when a soldier realizes that he is about to die, not at the front of his army, banner in hand, but cornered in a bunker like a rat. He did not hear the emergency beacon being triggered. One of his staff, a major whose name he would never remember, managed to slam his hand against the rune inset into the wall as he fell. For a heartbeat, nothing happened. Then reality above the central aisle cracked. It began as a strangling pressure in the sinuses, a sudden stilling of the air. Light bent, twisting into a sphere that seemed both far away and agonizingly close. There was a smell of ozone and burning dust. Then the circle of space in the middle of the room flared white, and armored shapes dropped out of it. The teleport Homer's signal had reached the one asset in orbit keyed to answer such a call. A squad of lunar wolves in heavy plate, already standing in the pattern chamber of the Glory of Terra's teleportarum, waiting like rounds in the chamber of a weapon. They materialized into chaos, storm bolters already raised. The Rylisians closest to the arrival point died first, bodies torn apart by the mass-reactive blasts that filled the room with thunder. Those farther back hesitated, reflexively flinching away from the impossible apparition. That moment of lost momentum was all the Astartes needed. They advanced in lockstep, cataphractii plate shrugging off incoming lasfire as they laid down methodical, scything arcs of fire. Each step drove them deeper into the press of attackers, crushing bodies underfoot. A chain fist whirred to life with a predatory whine, the blade grinding through armor and bone alike. "Locate the Marshal," voxed the squad leader, his voice a cold growl in the squad net. "Kneeling by the inner post," came the reply. Cord realized he had fallen at some point. He was on one knee, back against the data pedestal, pistol empty. He shook his head, trying to clear the ringing in his ears, and found himself looking up into a helm plate marked with the snarling wolf of the Legion. "Marshal Cord," the Astartes said, extending one massive hand. "We answer your beacon. This position is compromised. You are to be extricated." Cord's pride warred for a moment, with the primal urge to live. Practicality won. He took the offered hand and was hauled upright with humiliating ease. "Can you hold this post?" he asked, even as the Astartes pivoted to place himself between the Marshal and the nearest cluster of attackers. "For long enough," the warrior replied. "Move." They carved a corridor through the shock troops trying to press into the bunker, storm bolters and power fists, turning the tight confines into a killing zone. Cord stumbled along in their wake, half-dragged, boots slipping in blood. Behind them, the rearguard Terminator triggered a demolition charge as he withdrew, the timed device clamped to the bunker's primary cogitator nexus. The explosion came just after they cleared the outer blast doors, a concussive bloom that threw grit and shrapnel into the air. The command post's upper structure sagged and then folded in on itself, burying attackers and defenders alike in a sudden tomb. Elsewhere in the burning camp, another, far more dangerous target drew nearer. Horus moved through the chaos like a spearhead of his own, personal bodyguard in a wedge around him. The Justaerin were marked out even among the Legion by the stark black of their plate and the weight of the weapons they carried. They had been roused from sleepless half-rest by the same shock that had jolted their gene-sire awake. They had reached him within breath counts, forming a shield of ceramite and iron resolve around his rising form. "Their objective is obvious," Horus said as he walked, vox clicks acknowledging his words from the squad. "This is not a strike to simply disrupt our guns. They knew how to hurt the artillery parks. They knew where our fuel and shells lay, but they also knew where my father set his pavilion. If I were Tiber, I would drive everything I had at that single point in the hope of cutting off the head." He ducked as a stray shell burst overhead, the concussion tossing tents aside like leaves. Shrapnel sparked against his armor. A burning canvas sheet fluttered down onto one of the Justaerin, who shrugged it off with an impatient grunt. The Emperor's presence was a fixed star in Horus's awareness, something he could feel even over the howl of vox traffic and the sensory clutter of the battlefield. It lay ahead and slightly to the right, beyond a series of supply avenues and hastily raised structures that had been cleared to make a defensible perimeter. "Third and fifth squad to the left, clear those lanes," Horus snapped. "Everyone else with me. We push for the pavilion. Anything that is not in Legion colors or bearing the Aquila dies." Astartes' vox clicks answered him. The wedge broadened as squads broke off to secure flanks, storming into firefights where Rylisians had overrun guard posts or were dragging guns around to fire into the backs of the trenches. The lunar wolves hit, like a hammer, into these pockets of resistance, crushing them in moments and then moving on. The closer Horus drew to the Emperor's position, the worse the chaos became. Fires raged unchecked, fed by ruptured fuel lines. A medical convoy had been caught in the initial detonations and now lay scattered across a crossroads, ambulances burning, their contents strewn. Men staggered through the smoke, uniforms in rags, eyes blank with shock, only to be cut down by shots from unseen attackers or crushed under the boots of retreating armor. Horus ignored the pleading hands that reached for him as he passed. His duty lay ahead, not in salvaging what could be salvaged piecemeal. Every heartbeat counted. At the heart of the storm, the Emperor fought. He had been in his command pavilion when the first charges went off, engaged in a muted argument with a Mechanicum Magos over the allocation of engine time for seismic scans. The initial tremor had made the data slates rattle. The deeper explosions had made the whole structure shudder on its moorings. He had known within breaths that this was not a mere structural failure. The pattern of the detonations, the timing, spoke of intent. He stepped out of the pavilion into a world lit by fire. The nightside sky above the siege ring was painted orange and black, flares casting harsh light over boiling smoke. Close by, one of the smaller command tents had already collapsed, its frame speared through by a fallen vox mast. Men ran past him, some toward the danger, others away from it. Rylisians erupted from the ground at the edges of the pavilion's cleared ground, dragging themselves up out of freshly opened pits and storm drains, weapons in hand. The Emperor did not waste time reaching for armor that was not at hand. There was no need. The golden plate he wore into battle was absent, stored in a shrine vault under heavy guard, but he was never unarmed. He raised one hand, palm outward. The air convulsed. Psychic. Force lashed out in a focused wave, invisible but devastating. The first cluster of infiltrators mid-climb froze, their bodies arching as if struck by a wall. Bones shattered within flesh, armor buckled inward, limbs broke. They fell back into their own breach hole in a limp, tangled mass, piling on top of those still trying to emerge, crushing them. The Emperor turned his hand, fingers curling. A second breach, farther along the perimeter, imploded as if the earth itself had clenched a fist. The tunnel roof collapsed, grinding men into the stone. Another gesture, another shock, and a wave of force swept through a third emergence point, throwing attackers aside like toys. They struck the ground and did not rise. Still, they came. The elaborate tunnel network under Rylis had not been made for a single exit point. It was a labyrinth of options, and the shock cadres had been staged at dozens of potential breaches. As fast as the Emperor sealed one, another mouth opened. Men burst out of hatches and culverts, howling battle cries, firing wildly. Some fell at once to the bolts of the custodian guard and mortal soldiers, forming a makeshift circle around the pavilion. Others pushed through, slipping amid the confusion to reach softer targets. The Emperor stepped forward, voice a knell on the field. Enough. The word itself was a weapon. Those close enough to hear it dropped their guns and clutched at their heads as agony blossomed behind their eyes. Some died on the spot, blood leaking from nose and ears. Others simply dropped to their knees, stunned. Then, the enemy weight hit the improvised defensive ring in earnest, and everything devolved into the ugly tangle of melee. When Horus and his Justarin punched through the last line of burning supply stacks and saw the command pavilions clearing, it was already a kill pit. Collapsed structures lay half melted, their frames jutting like the ribs of dead beasts. Fuel drums burned along one flank, sending up strings of fire that arced into the dark. The ground was churned mud and trampled bodies. In the center of it all, ringed by a tightening press of armored men in the colors of Rylis, stood a single figure, burning brighter than any flare. For a heartbeat, Horus saw nothing but that. The Emperor moved with unhurried precision, each gesture efficient, each step sure despite the treacherous footing. When he struck with his hands, men flew apart, bones and armor no more barrier than brittle clay. When he spoke, the air itself seemed to respond, becoming hard or thin on command, choking breath or crushing lungs. A sword he had taken from a fallen body flashed in his grasp, a mere tool, cutting clean, leaving arcs of dying light in its wake.
Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Support really helps.
Custodians fought near him, forming a shifting shell of gold against the tide. But even their skill and strength were being taxed. For every Rylesian that fell, 2 more seemed to take his place, clambering over the bodies driven by the promise their leaders had whispered to them in the deep places of the earth. Horus did not hesitate. "Forward," he snarled. "We cut them away from him. No one gets between us and that pavilion." The Justarian crashed into the flank of the press like a thunderhead. Chain blades revved, biting into armor, carving men apart. Storm bolters barked at arm's length, shells detonating with concussive force. The impact of 8 massive armored warriors hitting a mass of unprepared infantry was like watching a boulder drop into a pond of thin ice. The surface shattered. Men were hurled aside. Horus himself waded into the thickest knot, chainblade in one hand, bolt pistol in the other. He fired in short, controlled bursts, each shot finding a chest, a face, a weapon bore. He trusted his armor and his reflexes to keep stray blades from his vitals. When an attacker got close enough to be a problem, he turned and cut, the chain teeth ripping through steel and flesh with equal ease. He felt a momentary wash of satisfaction as he reached his father's side and planted his boots in the churned mud there. The Emperor nodded once, acknowledging his arrival without breaking the flow of his own killing. Then the world shrank. More Rylesians were pouring in from all sides now, drawn by the sight of the golden figure in the melee. Up on the intact sections of the camp's outer structures, officers shouted and pointed. "There!" someone bellowed. "The false sun! All squads! All squads! Redeploy to that sector! Any man who strikes him down will be blessed by the gods of Rylus, his name carved on the inner walls." Tiber heard the message relayed through clenched teeth as he moved between tunnel staging posts beneath the city, listening to crackling Vox snippets and runner reports. He closed his eyes briefly, picturing the scene. The god of the invaders standing in the ruin of his own camp, surrounded by the blood of his host. "Commit everything," said. "Every reserve squad we have under their lines. There will be no better moment. Send them all to that signal. Tell them that to die in his shadow is to be remembered in stone and song as long as Rylus stands." He did not add the thought that had begun to gnaw at the back of his mind, that Rylus might not, in fact, stand for very long at all. That was a truth for commanders and old men. His soldiers needed a different story. On the surface, the result was simple. More bodies. Dozens of shock squads surged from fresh breach points and sprinted toward the maelstrom where the Emperor and Horus fought. They fired as they ran, wild las blasts cracking through the smoke. Some shots hit their own men. Some struck custodian plate and flared harmlessly. A few found gaps, punching into the armor of mortal soldiers and dropping them. The press tightened around father and son. Their custodians and bodyguards were forced into an ever smaller ring, shields locked, spears stabbing. The weight of attackers began to tell. For each Rylesian they killed, another clambered over the fallen, swinging a blade, trying to reach that single golden figure at the heart of it all. Back to back, the Emperor and his son pivoted. Horus felt the solid presence at his spine like an anchor. It centered him. He let his awareness expand, measured the flow of bodies and the rhythm of the enemy's pushes. He saw where the press was greatest, where gaps opened as men tripped or fell. He moved into those spaces, chainblade rising and falling, bolt pistol barking. He did not waste movement. His fury was there, a hot knot under his sternum, but it was controlled. He channeled it into efficiency. Every strike was calculated. He never overextended, never let himself be dragged down into the mire of grasping hands that tried to pull him apart. "They are trying to separate us," he voxed, knowing his father would hear without devices. "Pushing from the flanks, trying to make us overreach." "I know," the Emperor replied, voice calm, even as he drove a palm strike into an attacker's face, snapping his neck with casual ease. "So we do not allow it." Horus laughed, a short, harsh sound. "Simple," he said, "simple and hard." The tide battered at them. Men flung themselves forward, heedless of the bodies piling underfoot. Some clutched at Horus's legs, trying to drag him down. He stamped, feeling bones give way under his boots. A bayonet glanced off his shoulder guard, scraping ceramite. He turned and drove his chain blade up under the arm of the man responsible, feeling the vibration through his gauntlet as the teeth bit. Above the din, the shriek of shells became audible again. Up on Rylis's walls, the city's artillery officers had been watching the progress of the tunnel offensive through scry screens and vox feeds. Now, with reports coming in of a critical engagement around the enemy's master, they made the brutal, obvious choice. "Target their command sector," a battery commander snarled, stabbing a finger at the stylized map pinned to his board. "We have the coordinates from earlier scans. Load high fragmentation. I do not care if we kill our own men. The gods will sort the worthy." Great guns spoke. Shells hurtled upward, then arced down. They did not aim at the trenches or the front line. They fell into the rear, into the command cluster where the Emperor's pavilion stood. The first impact hit some distance from the melee, flattening a line of tents and sentry posts. The shockwave rolled across the field, slamming into men like a physical wall. The next fell closer. Mud and bodies erupted into the air, raining down in wet clumps. The third struck almost on the edge of the circle of combat, killing attackers and defenders alike in an indiscriminate spray. "Artillery!" someone shouted pointlessly. Of course it was artillery. Everyone could hear it now, feel it in their bones. Shrapnel screamed through the air. A custodian went down, helm torn away, blood spraying. Rylisian bodies were flung like rag dolls. The Emperor raised a hand, and a section of incoming blast was deflected, the air hardening for an instant into a shield that turned jagged fragments aside. He could not be everywhere at once, nor did he try. He was still watching, still weighing. In the corners of his perception, not consumed by the immediate necessities of survival, he observed Horus. His son's movements were efficient, yes, but there was something else, a constant awareness of the broader picture. Horus's eyes flicked ceaselessly, tracking not just the man in front of him, but the ones behind, the flow of bodies to either side, the fall of shells. He called brief orders over the vox, shifting his Justarin like pieces on a board, plugging gaps, exploiting moments when the enemy surged too far and left themselves open to counterstrokes. He did all this while knee-deep in blood and ruin, armor scoured, hearts pounding. It pleased the Emperor in a distant, abstract way. This was one of the crucibles in which he meant to temper the man who would perhaps one day bear his mantle. Another shell burst nearby, the blast throwing Horus sideways. He rolled with it, coming up in a crouch, chain blade already rising to parry a strike. His pistol barked, dropping the man lunging for his exposed flank. He grinned behind his helm, exhilarated despite himself. "This all you have?" he shouted, not sure if his words carried beyond his own teeth. Somewhere above it all, machinery whined as scanning arrays locked onto signatures. Among the Rylisian emplacements, buried in a carefully shielded bunker, a plasma battery's cogitator core hummed. Auspex feeds had been scouring the battlefield, searching for the most potent concentration of enemy armor signature in the target area. The Emperor's presence scrambled readings, his psychic aura a irregular flare in every band. Horus, by contrast, burned in the sensors in a clean, sharp line, an enormous spike of energy output and exotic materials, moving and killing at the heart of the melee. "Target acquired," an ordnance tech whispered, reverent in spite of himself. "Feed the charge," the battery commander replied. "Bleed the reactors if you must. One shot. Make it count." Capacitors screamed as they filled. The gun's coils glowed, first dull, then bright, then white-hot. Coolant lines vibrated. Warning runes flashed. The crew ignored them. On the field, Horus felt a prickling along his spine, an instinctive shiver that spoke of danger not yet fully formed. "Father," he began. The sky above him turned the color of actinic sun. For a fraction of a heartbeat, everything froze. Men hung in mid-lunge, mouths open. The air buzzed. Then the plasma strike came down. It punched through the smoke and dust, like a spear of contained starfire, aimed not at the Emperor's shifting, impossible presence, but at the cleaner, more easily defined target of his armored son. It hit Horus squarely. The world became heat and force. His armor systems screamed as they tried to compensate, dumping charge, rerouting power, raising internal shields. It was not enough. The plate at his chest and shoulder turned incandescent, then molten. Ceramite sloughed, internal braces snapped. The blast lifted him off his feet and hurled him across the churned ground, his body spinning bonelessly in the glare. He hit the earth like a meteor, plowing a furrow through mud and bodies. A crater opened around him, earth vitrified at the edges. Smoke boiled up, tinged an ugly, unnatural color. For a moment, there was no sound in his world. No light either, only after images burned into his eyes. Pain existed as something distant and abstract. He was aware of being on his back, of the taste of copper in his mouth, of the sound of his own twin hearts punching frantic staccato. Then, the noise of the battlefield surged back in, a tidal roar. The last thing he saw before darkness took him was the silhouette of his father, still standing amid the carnage, still unbowed, turning toward him, with something very like shock breaking the perfect mask of his features. Time broke around the point of impact. Horus lay in the center of the crater like a fallen statue, armor cracked and smoking. The plasma strike had torn through his plate and bitten deep, hammering his transhuman frame with the heat of a caged star. For a heartbeat, nothing moved. Sound died. The screams, the gunfire, even the roar of shell bursts seemed to fade to a dull, distant rumble. Inside the Emperor's mind, the echo of his son's pain screamed like a severed nerve. It was not empathy in the mortal sense. It was something older and deeper, a resonance between the being that had forged the Primarchs and the flesh that bore his design. The moment the plasma struck, a jagged spike of sensation lanced through the Emperor's vast consciousness. It was as if someone had driven a blade of white fire straight through the web of thought he had cast over the battlefield. His head snapped around, impossible senses tracking the collapsing vector of energy. He saw Horus hurled through the air, saw the armor flare and slough, saw his son hit the ground and lie still, limbs at wrong angles, the glow of his personal energy signature guttering. For an instant that might have been mistaken for shock. The Emperor simply stared. Then time rushed back. The Relysians saw it too. The sight of the great warrior in ivory plate thrown down like any other man hit them with raw, visceral power. This was the angel they had been told of, the war god in human guise who walked at the false son's side. Seeing him fall cracked something in their fear. A howl went up from 100 throats. There, the angel is down. Take his head, drag him to the walls. Spill his blood for the Storm Crown. Shock troops surged toward the crater in a ragged wave, weapons held high. Some fired as they ran, las beams cutting lines of incandescent air over the prone form. Others simply charged, knives and bayonets out, eager to be the first to lay hands upon the body and turn it into a symbol of Rylis's defiance. The Emperor moved. He did not waste time crossing the distance in any conventional fashion. Space folded around him, reality itself taking a step in answer to his will. One heartbeat, he stood amid the press of bodies and the shriek of shells. The next, he stood in the crater with Horus at his feet, boots sinking into the cracked, vitrified earth. He planted himself there, between his son and the oncoming tide, and drew upon his power without restraint. Invisible force blossomed outward in a sudden, vertiginous rush. The air thickened, becoming a medium that responded to his thoughts. Bolts and shells that should have torn into him or the prone Primarch slowed, stalled, and then flicked aside, their trajectories bending as if caught by an unseen hand. A wall of pressure slammed into the first ranks of Rylesians, hurling them backward, armor denting as they struck the ground. Dust and smoke boiled around him, flares painting the battlefield in stark, brutal color. Within that maelstrom, the Emperor burned, a point of stillness and focus. The nearest attackers tried to rise, to push forward again, driven by oaths and the momentum of their charge. The Emperor met them with his hands. He caught a man by the throat as he lunged, fingers closing around the gorget of his armor. With a twist, he crushed metal and bone alike, then flung the body aside, using it as a bludgeon to knock down two more. Another came in from the flank, bayonet thrusting toward his ribs. The Emperor turned, catching the blade in his palm, the steel screeching against something far harder. His other hand snapped out, fingers spearing into the gaps of the man's breastplate, ribs yielding like soft clay. Someone thrust a sword at his face. He seized the weapon by the hilt without looking, tore it from its owner's grasp, and made it part of himself. The blade moved in his fist like an extension of his will, cutting through armor, flesh, and weapon barrels with no more resistance than mist. Every motion killed. There was no wasted effort, no flourish. He stepped, he struck, and men died. Those further back tried to bring their guns to bear. Bolter fire from captured weapons hammered against the invisible barrier ringing the crater. Detonations turned inward and upward. Lass fire flared, beams diffused and scattered as if passing through warped glass. Grenades arced overhead and burst. Their shrapnel slowed to a crawl and then swept aside in glittering fans. A few Rylesians, men with enough instinct or experience to feel the wrongness pressing on their skulls, hesitated and looked directly at the figure in the crater. That was a mistake. The Emperor's gaze met theirs, and his will reached out like a blade. Nervous systems fried in an instant. Eyes burst. Hearts clenched and stopped. Men dropped where they stood, faces frozen in expressions that had no time to complete themselves. Farther back, on the rim of the shattered supply avenue, a Rylesian heavy weapons team fought to manhandle a macro weapon into position. The gun had been dragged from a forward emplacement when the alarms began to sound, its carriage jouncing on rough ground as its crew sweated and cursed. Now, spattered with mud and the blood of their comrades, they jammed its stabilizers into the churned soil and swung the barrel around, aiming down toward the crater where the golden figure stood over the fallen giant. "Range!" the gun captain rasped. "Close enough," wheezed the loader, eyes wide. "Too close, if anything. We will catch our own." "Then they will die blessed," the captain snapped. "Ready charge." The loading mechanism clanked. Capacitors hummed as energy built. The macro weapon had been designed to tear through heavy armor at distance. At this range, a single shot would scour a swath of ground into molten glass. The captain leaned into his sight, finger tightening on the firing rune. For a heartbeat, the angle of the barrel brought the Emperor into the narrow circle of the weapon's targeting reticule. He raised his head. The captain felt as if someone had reached down his throat and seized his heart in a fist of ice. Pain concentrated in his chest, blinding and absolute. He tried to shout, to order the shot loosed, but his lungs would not draw breath. Beside him, the loader convulsed, hands clawing at nothing. The third man on the crew dropped to his knees, mouth opening and closing soundlessly. Inside their chests, muscle and tissue turned to slurry. Their hearts ruptured, pumping hot, useless blood into themselves. The macro weapon sagged as the dead weight of its crew slumped against it. Its charging coils screamed, energy with nowhere to go burning through containment fields. The Emperor did not move, did not gesture. He simply looked at the gun, and the heat that had built within it found a new path. The weapon's barrel glowed cherry red, then white. Metal softened, drooped, and ran like wax. The carriage buckled, wheels sinking into the liquefying mess. An instant later, the entire assembly collapsed in on itself as the gun's own power ate it alive. The explosion that followed was oddly muted, a dull, collapsing thump rather than a sharp crack, but it ripped a crater where the weapon had stood and flung molten shrapnel across the nearest rows of attackers. Through it all, the Emperor spoke. His voice was not raised in anger. It did not need to be. He magnified it without machines, his words carrying over the roar of battle and the crackle of fire, reverberating within the skulls of those who heard it. "Your gods are dead," he said, calmly, driving the borrowed blade through another man's chest and letting the body fall. They died in the dark, whimpering, when they realized what was coming to supplant them. You cling to their names like children clutching broken toys. He stepped forward, boots grinding on armor shards and bone, and the ring of force shifted with him, always keeping Horus within its absolute protection. "You call this courage," he continued, "to throw yourselves upon me in your thousands, guided by lies and fear. There is no courage here, only ignorance. You are pawns who never understood the board." A man lunged at his legs, trying to slip under the blade. The Emperor's heel came down on the back of his neck with a sickening crunch. "Remember this, in whatever oblivion your false faith allows you," the Emperor said. "Your deaths were not for Rylus. They were not for your gods. They were a warning, a message to all who would see this and think to stand where you stood. This is what awaits those who deny the unity of mankind." His words did not remain confined to the immediate slaughter ground. Wherever Imperial Vox units still functioned, wherever panicked operators fumbled for signals amid the screaming chaos of the assault, fragments of that speech bled through. Words, half-phrases snatched from the air. "Your gods are dead. You are pawns." A warning. Soldiers in trenches on the far side of the camp heard that cold, implacable voice cut through the babble of distress calls and artillery orders. For a moment, their own fear shrank in the face of it. Shame burned in its place. Their master was standing alone in the midst of the storm, holding back the tide over his fallen son with his bare hands and his will, and they were cowering in the mud. They rose. Lascanan teams that had been firing sporadically at flickering shapes in the dark now swung their guns toward the sound of the fighting around the crater, pouring beams into the backs of Rylysian squads trying to reach the Emperor. Armor crews gunned engines and drove their tanks through burning supply lines, treads crushing the wreckage of tents and bodies alike as they sought paths toward the breach. Infantry units formed up and advanced at a run, officers waving swords and pistols, their voices raw as they drove their men toward the sound of that voice. Among the Lunar Wolves, the effect was even more pronounced. Vox discipline returned where moments before there had been panic. Squads that had been bogged down in skirmishes with infiltrators cut those fights short in brutal fashion and pivoted. The image of their Primarch lying broken at the Emperor's feet burned in their minds like a brand. They knew, in their gene-forged bones, that such a sight must never become permanent. Abaddon smashed into the fray like an avalanche. He led a small knot of Justerin, their cataphracti plates scorched and dented, weapons slick with blood. They burst through, a line of Rylysians firing into the crater from the flank, battering them aside with storm shields and power fists, then dropped into the churned pit itself, forming a ring around Horus's still form. "Lord," Abaddon voxed, even as he drove his chain fist through the torso of a man who had tried to scramble over the crater lip. "We are at the Primarch. We hold him." "Hold him," the Emperor said, never taking his attention fully from the waves battering his own position. "Do not allow a single blade to touch him." Abaddon planted his boots on either side of Horus's arm and raised his weapon high. Around him, the other Justaerin locked shields and guns, turning their armor into a living wall. Lasfire spanged from their plates. Shrapnel struck and bounced. Men hurled themselves forward, only to be cut down by disciplined bursts and the murderous arcs of heavy blades. For the first time since he had planted his feet in the crater, the Emperor let his attention drift downward, away from the immediate press of flesh and steel. The tunnels had been the real threat all along. The surface assault, the breach of the camp, even the push toward his pavilion, all of it had been made possible by the network of hidden ways cut through the earth. So long as those remained intact, Rylus could strike and strike again, bleeding his forces from beneath their boots. He reached for them. His mind sank through the ground like a spear, pushing through rock and old ferrocrete, following the paths that men had carved over centuries. He felt echoes of their labor, the sweat and pain layered into the stone. He felt the scuttling presence of small groups still moving, still trying to reach fresh emergence points. He felt nodes, junctions where many routes met, collapse points that had been cleared, gallery caverns that served as staging grounds. He chose a handful of those, the ones that most supported the current assault, and drove his will into them. A psychic, lance stabbed down, invisible and lethal. In the deep dark, in candle-lit chambers where shock cadres waited for signals that would never come, the air thickened suddenly, crushing lungs. Torches guttered out as if smothered. Men clutched at their chests, blood spilling from noses and ears. The rock itself trembled. Ceilings came down, entire sections of tunnel collapsing as if the earth had decided to swallow its own veins. Dust filled the air, choking those who survived the first crush. Some died screaming. Others died without understanding, buried alive in the roots they had trusted more than the sky. On the surface, the effect was immediate. New emergence points that had been moments from opening never did. Units already committed found their lines of retreat cut. Panic rippled through the Rylysians as word spread that the underways were failing, that their escape paths were gone. Into that faltering assault, Imperial reinforcements crashed like hammer blows. Lunar wolves. Squads hit the flanks of the tunnel legions that had reached the camp, bolters roaring, chain blades chewing through the exhausted, blood-soaked shock troops. Tanks drove in from three sides, Lascannon and heavy bolter fire stitching across the open spaces. Their tracks rolled over bodies, grinding bones into the mud. Imperial army regiments, faces grey with smoke and fear, pressed forward behind the Astartes, bayonets lowered, shouting themselves hoarse. The earlier shame at their own inaction drove them like whips. They would not let their master stand alone, not when they could still stand with him. The Rylysian advance collapsed into rout. Some fought to the last where they stood, backs to their comrades, firing until their weapons clicked on empty. Others turned and ran, trying to reach the nearest known tunnel mouth, only to find it buried under tons of earth or blazing with promethium as Imperial troops purged the breaches with fire. Officers screamed for order and received only blank stares and panicked deserters in return. In the crater, the press eased. Where moments before the Emperor and his son had been ringed in a solid wall of enemy bodies, now gaps opened. The tide ebbed, leaving behind piles of corpses and streams of blood that threaded through the churned earth. The Emperor stood among the dead, the borrowed blade dripping. His armor, simple compared to his full battle panoply, was smeared with gore and ash. His features might as well have been carved from stone. Only his eyes moved, tracking the fleeing shapes, the shifting lines of his own forces, the place where Horus lay. "Lord," Abaddon said, dropping to one knee beside him, helm dipping. "The Primarch still lives." Medici and tech adepts were already hurrying down into the crater, their white and red garb stained by the battlefield's filth. Apothecaries from the Lunar Wolves pushed through as well, their helms skull-faced, their gauntlets already gloved in healing, and killing both. They approached Horus with a wary haste, equipment readouts flickering in their lenses as they scanned his ruined armor. The plasma strike had fused sections of ceramite to flesh. The smell of burned meat hung heavy. "Cardiac activity present," one apothecary muttered, more to his own helm systems than anyone around him. "Organ failure in several systems, but the gene-wrought heart still beats. He can be saved if we move now." "Then move," Abaddon snarled. They set to work, cutting away the worst of the fused plate, spraying sealants over open wounds, flooding his system with stabilizing compounds. Servo stretchers were brought up from the rear. With great care and no ceremony, they transferred the Primarch onto the floating frame, locking his limp limbs in place. The Emperor watched them without a word. He did not reach forward to touch Horus's brow. Not here, not now. The connection between them remained, a steady, painful throb in his awareness. But he held it at the edge of his attention. There were decisions to make that could not be allowed to be colored by sentiment, however deep. The Medici and tech adepts glanced up at him as they passed, pushing the stretcher out of the crater toward the relative safety of the rear lines. None dared speak. They did not receive thanks. They did not expect it. They were doing their duty. So was he. He climbed from the crater in their wake, boots slipping on the piles of bodies for a moment before finding solid ground. Around him, the camp smoldered. Firelight cast long, jerking shadows across shattered command tents and cratered avenues. The air stank of smoke, blood, and the sharp tang of spent energy. He looked past it all, past the ring of trenches and guns, past the Titan silhouettes pacing in the distance, to the shield-wrapped city that squatted on the horizon. Rhylis glowed within its void dome, the light of its hab blocks and temples unchanged by the carnage that had just unfolded beyond its walls. From this distance, it might have been any other city, lit by the hum of its own life, unaware of the storm at its gates. The Emperor's eyes narrowed. "You have cost me too much," he said softly, more to himself than to any mortal ear. "You struck at my son. You crawled through the bones of your own world to bite at the hand that would have lifted you into a greater destiny." He raised his gaze a fraction, as if addressing the unseen men in the tunnels, the priests in their high places, the rulers huddled around their warded maps. "There will be no more restraint," he said, "no more half measures. You will not be remembered as a proud, stubborn people who stood against the dark. You will be remembered, if at all, as an object lesson. Rhylis will burn until the galaxy learns what it means to lay hands upon what is mine." The fires in the camp crackled in answer. Far off, another artillery salvo boomed. The siege of Rhylis, for all its blood and sudden reversals, had not yet reached its worst. Dawn came grey and sickly over the camps of the Imperium, revealing what the night had made of them. Where neat avenues of tents and supply stacks had stood, there were now only charred frames and blackened husks. Craters pocked the ground in overlapping circles, slick with water and blood. Wrecked armor lay where it had died mid-movement, tracks twisted, turrets blown open, the bodies of crew still half-strapped in their sockets. The air hung heavy with smoke from still smouldering fuel fires, and under that, the sweeter, cloying taint of cooked flesh. The siege ring that had girdled Rhylis had not broken, but it had been mauled. Trench faces had slumped. Bastions that had once bristled with guns were reduced to jagged silhouettes. The Titans of Legio Ignatum stood further back than they had before the assault, their feet planted on hastily reinforced ground, their once pristine paintwork blackened by smoke and shrapnel. Men worked in shifts to clear the dead. Lines of labor details moved across the scarred ground, dragging bodies by ankles or shoulders, loading them onto sleds or into the open backs of cargo haulers. The heaps grew quickly. Mountains of corpses rose at the edges of the camp, sorted only roughly by allegiance. Imperial grey and Rylesian colours mingled in obscene stacks. Medici teams moved among them with blinking Auspex rods, checking for any flicker of life. Most rods remained dark. Those few that chimed sent the workers scrambling to pull a single broken shape from beneath the weight of many more. The living looked ancient. Their faces were lined with grime and exhaustion, their eyes sunken. They worked with a kind of numb determination, the understanding that what they cleared today might make room for where they would lie tomorrow. Orders came down to rebuild the fortifications as they cleared, to throw up new parapets, redig trenches, realign gun pits. There was no time to simply mourn. In a shielded chamber deep within the Lunar Wolves' bastion, the war had shifted to quieter, more precise brutality. Horus lay upon a Medici slab, encased in life sustainer fields that bathed his ruined form in a soft, unnatural light. Tubes ran into his veins and out again, pumping tailored fluids and blood substitutes in complex rhythms. Cables linked his nervous system to cogitator banks that monitored each faltering beat of his twin hearts, each reluctant breath. The scorched remains of his armor had been cut away, leaving bare the terrible damage the plasma strike had wrought upon his transhuman flesh. Burns crawled over one side of his chest and neck, twisted patterns of seared tissue where the heat had eaten deep. Bones that would have shattered and killed a mortal outright were cracked and blackened, but not quite destroyed. The gene-wrought density of a Primarch's frame holding where lesser stock would have come apart. Mechanicum Magi moved around the slab in rust-colored robes, mechadendrites twitching like metal snakes as they adjusted the flows of power through the machines. Astartes apothecaries worked beside them, their armor stained and marked, their faces grim behind their helms. They wielded saws and scalpels with the same precision they had used bolters and chainswords, cutting away dead tissue, grafting in vat-grown organs, knitting torn veins with microsutures. Sanctified bionics waited upon trays, the pale gleam of augmetic bone visible beneath their polished sheaths. Where living tissue could not be saved, blessed metal would take its place. Litanies of healing and of war, both were whispered over each piece before it was placed. "He will live," one of the Magi intoned, his vox grill buzzing. "His frame is resilient, his gene code is strong, his wounds are grave, but not beyond the scope of our art." "He must live," an apothecary replied. "The Legion will not accept another outcome." At the slab's head, the displays flickered with scrolling data, translating the storms of sensation within Horus's body into clean, cold numbers and lines. Behind those, deeper, his mind whirled in a fevered darkness, caught between awareness and oblivion. Images from Riley's walls, from the crater, from countless other battlefields, chased one another through that half-conscious realm. At the edges of it, something vast watched. The Emperor stepped into the chamber without herald. Voices dropped or ceased entirely as his presence weighed upon the air. Tech adepts bowed their heads, mechadendrites lowering in reflexive submission. Apothecaries straightened from their work and froze, scalpels held poised, as if fearing that to move in his proximity might be seen as presumption. He ignored them. He walked to the head of the slab, each step unhurried, his gaze fixed on the still face of his favorite son. The life sustainer field shimmered, adjusting around his bulk, flecks of gold. From his armor reflected in its glow. The damage was stark, even to eyes that had seen the breaking of worlds. The Emperor took it in with a single sweeping glance. Then he raised a gauntleted hand and rested it very gently against Horus's brow. The machines spiked and wailed. Tachyons of psychic energy bled from the contact, fusing with the mechanical fields that held the Primarch's body together. The Emperor's consciousness slid along the tenuous threads of Horus's awareness, opening pathways, reinforcing damaged neural links, damping pain spikes that would have burned out a lesser mind. He moved through his son's thoughts, as a god might move through a mortal's life, glimpsing memories, hopes, fears, all in a span too brief for any human afterthought. He found the point where the trauma of the plasma strike had lodged like a shard, threatening to unravel too much of what had been carefully built. He took it between his mental fingers and broke it, dispersing the echo. Horus's body jerked once on the slab, then settled. The Emperor leaned closer, speaking words that no augur or recorder caught. Promises, perhaps, spun from the old tongue of terror. Expectations, certainly, for they had always been there, wrapped around Horus like a cloak. Maybe even an apology, so soft that even the Primarch's heightened senses would only half grasp it. Not for the wound itself, which had been an inevitable byproduct of war, but for the role Horus was always meant to play in a design that would never allow him rest. Then he withdrew his hand. The readout steadied. The Emperor turned without acknowledgement of the Magi or apothecaries and left the chamber. The war waited. The council chamber in the reconstructed bastion stank of burned insulation and old blood, the scars of the night's fighting not yet fully erased even here. Hololithic projectors hummed and flickered, showing the city and its siege ring from multiple angles. New craters glowed as fresh marks. Red runes showed where artillery parks were down, where breaches had been temporarily opened, where tunnels had boiled up into the camp. Lord Marshal Cord looked hollow-eyed. The near death in his forward headquarters had added lines to his face that no medici could smooth. His voice, however, was steady as he stood before the Emperor and the assembled senior officers. "My lord, we saw last night what their tunnels can do," he said. "We have lost millions in this one assault alone. If we continue like this, Rylus will bleed us for every meter. We should withdraw to orbit and finish this from there. Saturation bombardment, with our full weight of macro cannon and lance fire, will strip the city down to its foundations. We can take what is left after the flames die." He nodded toward the hololith, where the city glowed within its dome. "The understructure you desire will be damaged, yes, but not beyond repair. It would cost time and resources to rebuild, but far less than what we will expend in flesh and material if we persist with this ground war. We have avenged the insult to your person and to the Primarch. Let us not throw away more for the sake of pride." There was a murmur among some of the mortal officers at that last word, but none voiced agreement openly. They watched the Emperor. He stood at the head of the table, hands resting lightly on its edge. His face was unreadable. "Pride," he said softly. The word hung in the air like frost. "I could end Rylus from orbit," he acknowledged. "I could scour its walls and its shrines with fire until nothing remained but vitrified slag. It would be efficient. It would be swift. The dead would not see the fires that took them. They would feel only heat, and then nothing." He straightened, gaze sweeping the projection. "That is not what I require," he said. "This world sought to strike at me through my son. Its rulers crawled through their own bones to reach our throats. They turned every avenue of their defense into a weapon and used it to try and tear the heart from my crusade. If I erase them from orbit, the lesson ends with them. The next defiant world will hear only rumors, whispers, stories they can choose to dismiss. No." His eyes narrowed. "They will see what happens to Rylus. They will see the fires from their windows. They will hear the screams in their streets. They will watch us unmake their pride stone by stone. This punishment will be wrought where every surviving inhabitant can bear witness. It will be etched into their nightmares. When we speak of Rylus on other worlds, It will not be as a name scoured by distant guns, but as a memory shared by billions. Cord bowed his head, chastened. So we remain, he said, and we make them pay for every life they took last night. Yes, the Emperor said, beginning with the thing they thought made them untouchable. He tapped the hololith. The projection peeled back layers, revealing again the mazed Undercity. I want every tunnel, he said, every culvert, every hidden way, every catacomb they have cut into this world. We will burn them out and bring them down. They will find that the Earth they trusted is no longer their ally. Orders spread along the Imperial lines like a shockwave. Squads of lunar wolves and hand-picked Imperial Army specialists assembled at the mouths of the known breaches. Rebreather masks sealed, chem canisters checked, rad charges primed. Flamers were refueled, their tanks clinking as they were strapped to backs. Grenadiers tucked extra demolition packs into their webbing. Skitari with Auspex arrays mounted on their shoulders stepped into darkness behind them, their augmetic eyes drinking in every shift of air and stone. Then they went down. The tunnel war was a different kind of battle. There were no broad lines, no sweeping flanks. It was fought in cramped confines lit by guttering lamps and the white glare of flares. The walls seemed to press closer with every step. Sound was muffled, distorted, gunfire reduced to flat, brutal cracks, screams to choked gasps. In some passages, the fighting was direct. Rylesian cadres, cut off from retreat, held choke points with a fanaticism that matched anything seen on the surface. They stacked bodies in the narrow spaces, using their dead as cover. Imperial chem troopers answered with short bursts from their canisters, fogs rolling down the tunnels, clinging low to the floor. Men coughed, choked, clawed at their throats as their lungs turned against them. Elsewhere, the war was more methodical. Lunar Wolves squads advanced with helmets sealed, Auspex units pinging out readings. When they found a junction that fed multiple routes, they planted rad charges at its supports, blessing the devices before they withdrew. The detonations came later, shuddering the rock. Whole sections of the Undercity folded, the carefully carved arteries of Rylis crushed under tons of stone. There were scenes that would stay with the men who fought them forever. In one gallery, a flood of promethium and ignited chem wash rushed down from a breach far above, turning the tunnel into a roaring river of fire. Rylesian survivors tried to climb the walls to escape, nails tearing at stone, but there was nowhere to go. Their silhouettes burned for a few breaths, dancing shadows against the rock, then crumbled. In another, an Imperial team set their charges and turned to leave, only to hear pounding from beyond a sealed bulkhead. Voices shouted, muffled but desperate. The sergeant hesitated for a single heartbeat, then clicked his detonator and added more charges. The war was not kind to second thoughts. Above, on the walls of Rylis, Strategos Tiber watched his world's secrets become its graves. He stood on a high parapet, cloak snapping in the wind, staring out over the outer districts. Once, he had seen suburbs there, manufactoria stacks, roads thronged with traffic. Now there was only a broken belt of ruin and the restless activity of the encircling enemy. The void shield shimmered faintly, its edge a visible distortion against smoke and sky. At first, when the purges began, there had been nothing to see. The war under the earth did not lend itself to spectacle. Tiber had known it was happening only from reports and from the occasional tremor that rattled loose stones from the parapets. Then the smoke started. Tunnel mouths that had served generations as hidden arteries now belched black, greasy plumes. In some cases, the fires within them burned long enough that the smoke pushed up through the shield's margin, smudging the dome. Patches of earth outside the city sagged, and then collapsed entirely, long strips of ground dropping like the skin of a burst blister. When the wind shifted, the smell that rolled back over the walls was foul and unmistakable. Our strength has become has Weakness, Tiber murmured. An under-captain beside him shifted uneasily. The tunnels have always been our answer, the younger officer said. When storms came from the warp, we hid in them. When invaders from the sky rained fire on our roofs, we moved through them and struck where they did not expect. They were our invisible bones. Now they are broken, Tiber said, and the one we sought to kill still stands. The under-captain said nothing. There was nothing to say. In the depths of the citadel, the ruling council gathered once more in their grand chamber, surrounded by carved stone and the gleam of old metals. Hollows of old victories looked down on them, scenes of Rylesian heroes standing over defeated foes, banners snapping in victorious winds. The irony was lost on few. The Vox link to the Imperial camp crackled into life, its Auspex filters straining to keep out the screaming interference of the battlefield. For a moment, only static hissed. Then a voice came through, clear and implacable. "You have spent your last coin of surprise," the Emperor of Mankind said. "Your tunnels are failing, your armies bleed, your gods are silent. You have hurt me, and for that, you have earned my undivided attention." The councillors shifted, some clutching at their ceremonial staves, others stiffening in their seats. The head of the priesthood, an older man with painted sigils cracking on his cheeks, glared up at the Vox pickup, as if he could intimidate the speaker by force of will alone. "This is your final chance," the Emperor continued. "Surrender, and some remnant of what you are may endure. You will disarm. You will open your gates. You will hand over your priesthood and your command echelon to face execution in the sight of your people. Their deaths will cleanse the worst of your folly. Your city will be taken under my rule and rebuilt according to my design. Your people will live to serve, not to die pointlessly for the pride of a handful of men." He paused. "Refuse, and Rylus will be taken apart stone by stone. I will make of it an example so absolute that when I speak your world's name on distant planets, mothers will frighten their children with it. Decide." The link clicked off. Silence fell. For a fleeting moment, Tiber thought there might be reason. He rose from his place near the back and stepped forward, drawing the eyes of the council members. Their faces were a tangle of fear, anger, and something like wounded vanity. "We cannot win," Tiber said. There was no point in softening it. "They have broken our outer strength. They are tearing out our hidden roots. Their master stands unhurt after all we have thrown at him, and he has shown us what he is willing to do. If we accept his terms, Rylus lives, not as we knew it, but as something. If we refuse, we condemn our people to be ground into ash. This is not cowardice, it is survival." The chief priest slammed his staff against the floor, the sound sharp. "You would have us bow to this false sun," he spat. "Hand over the faithful, the very heart of our city, to be butchered on foreign terms. Better we all die with our gods' names on our lips than live as slaves in a world built for his arrogance." Murmurs of agreement rippled through the chamber. Others shook their heads, but they were fewer, and their voices quieter. "The gods did not save our outer districts," Tiber said. "They did not stop the fire from filling our tunnels. They did not turn aside the hand that stood in the crater over the body of the one we sought to slay. Whatever they are not enough." "That is blasphemy," the priest hissed. "Spoken in this place, at this hour. You would betray us all for the sake of a life measured out in chains." "I would trade my own life gladly if it meant sparing those of our soldiers and their families," Tiber replied. "I do not ask immunity. If that is the price, I will pay it, but do not drag billions to the pyre for the sake of your pride." The other councillors shifted, eyes flicking between the two men. Some looked tempted by Tiber's stark pragmatism. Others flinched away from the idea of facing the Emperor's justice personally. Fear of death battled fear of surrender. In the end, it was the oldest instinct that won. "We stand," declared another council member, pounding his fist upon the arm of his chair. "We are Rylis. We do not kneel. Let him come. Let him try to take our city. We will make him choke on it, even if we must die to do so." Cheers, ragged but real, broke out among those seated near him. The sound washed over Tiber like dirty water. He looked at their faces and saw not courage, but terror dressed in borrowed words. He realized then that Rylis had always been doomed. The walls, the tunnels, the guns, the generations of preparation, all of it had been built on a foundation of refusal to see the galaxy as it truly was. They would cling to that blindness unto the end. He bowed, very slightly. "Then we are finished," he said. He turned and walked out of the chamber. No one called him back. In the Imperial camp, under layers of armor glass and guarded walls, Horus Lupercal opened his eyes. The world came back to him in fragments, light, at first too bright even for his altered eyes, the muffled beeping of cogitators, the faint smell of antiseptic overlaid on the omnipresent tang of oil and ozone, pain, distant and dulled, as if wrapped in thick wool. He tried to move and discovered that he could, though his limbs felt heavy. He turned his head with care, vision focusing on the shapes around him. He was alone, for the moment. The medici chamber hummed quietly. His armor was gone, replaced by a sheath of medici films and bandage fields. Where his burns had been, new flesh puckered, paler than before. Here and there, under the skin, he could feel the delicate weight of bionics, cold and precise. He remembered the crater, the light, the sense of being torn apart, and then nothing. He remembered, too, the feeling of something vast and familiar touching his mind in the darkness and holding it together. The door whispered open. The Emperor entered, the light shifting around him. Horus tried to sit fully upright. Pain flared, but he mastered it. He swung his legs over the side of the slab and managed to hold his own weight. It was a wobbly stand by his old measures, but he refused to show weakness. "Father," he said. The Emperor regarded him for a moment, his gaze taking in the patchwork of healing scars, the faint tremor in his hands. Then he nodded. "You live," he said. "I do," Horus replied, "thanks to you and your servants." "Their skill played its part," the Emperor said. "So did your own constitution. You were not forged to fall to a single shot, however artfully delivered." Horus flexed his fingers, feeling the tug of regrown muscle. "What of Rylis?" he asked. "I saw their attempt. I felt the earth itself lurch under me. Have we broken them?" "We have broken their teeth," the Emperor said. "Their tunnels burn. Their trap has closed on their own necks. They had one chance to make this a painless surrender. They chose instead to die on their feet." A shadow of something like regret passed over his features, quickly gone. "I offered them a final reprieve," he said. "They refused. The city is ours, in all but the last details." Horus looked at him. "And what would you have of me now?" The Emperor stepped closer. "I would have you stand beside me when we end this," he said. "You saw the price of defiance in your own blood. You felt their hatred. Now you will witness what answer the Imperium gives. You will look upon the fires of Rylis and understand that this is the cost of disobedience writ large. You will carry that lesson into every war you wage. After this," Horus held his father's gaze. In it, he saw no gloating, no simple thirst for vengeance. He saw something colder and more absolute. "I will stand with you," he said quietly, "as I always have." "For now," the Emperor said, so softly that Horus almost did not hear it. He turned, cloak whispering over the medici floor. "Rest," he commanded without looking back. "You will need your strength. The end of Rylis will not be gentle." The day the city died began with a sound like the sky breaking. At first it was only one battery, a line of Earthshaker cannons speaking in grim unison along the siege ring. Their reports rolled across the ash plain, deep and measured, each shot sending a shudder through the dugouts and bastions. Then more guns joined them, field guns, siege mortars, long-barreled fortress destroyers. Within minutes, thousands of barrels were firing, each adding its own harsh voice until the air itself seemed to vibrate with constant impact. Shells arced up in dense streams, their contrails stitching grey scars across the low clouds. They fell in carefully plotted patterns, walking along the invisible curve of Rylis's void shield. Where they struck, the air flared, the shield catching the force and spreading it, bleeding the worst away as rolling waves of energy. From orbit, the fleet added its own punctuation. Macro salvos fell in staggered sequence, each shell a descending star of contained fury. They slammed into the shield's outer skin, sending ripples of pale light coursing over the city. Lance beams followed, spears of focused brilliance that stabbed down in orderly ranks, seeking weak points, gnawing at the same angles over and over. Within the bastions and on the walls, the defenders watched the sky burn. Tiber stood upon the inner parapet of the great temple citadel, hands clenched behind his back, jaw tight. The void dome above the city shimmered like heated glass, colors running crazed across its surface as it absorbed blow after blow. Every few breaths, there was a particularly harsh flare, followed by a faint dimming, a momentary slackening of the pressure in the air. "The deep cores are overloading," murmured an artillery prefect at his side. "We are drawing more than they were ever meant to give." "Keep feeding them," Tiber said. His voice sounded strangely calm to his own ears. "If the shield falls before we are ready, we die faster. That is all." Outside the dome, the Titans began to move. Legio Ignatum advanced in lockstep, great engines pacing forward from their holding positions, with the slow, inexorable grace of gods answering a summons. Warhounds ranged ahead, nimble for their size, their arm-mounted cannon tracking as they closed. Reavers followed, mid-weight frames bristling with weaponry. At their center strode the warlord, a mountain in motion, its head towered with Auspex arrays and vox masts. With each step, the ground trembled. With each step, the fire from the siege ring shifted to accommodate them, parting to allow clear lines of fire for the Titan's own colossal guns. The first volley from the engines struck the shield like the blow of a hammer on thin glass. Volcano cannon fire slammed into the same sections of the dome that the lances had been worrying at for hours, punching deeper, stressing the interlocks of the void generators. Plasma annihilators hurled contained suns at the barrier, their impact blooming in wild, incandescent flares that bled into the sky. Within the city, lights flickered. Entire districts dimmed as power was dragged from their grids to feed the ravenous appetite of the defense field. In the deep vaults, turbines screamed. Coolant systems ran red hot. Tech priests of Rylis's own ancient machine cults chanted as they worked, hands moving over consoles older than their grandfathers, trying to coax one more cycle from straining systems. The shield buckled. It did not simply fail. In an instant, it staggered, like a giant on unsteady legs. Sections sagged, flickered, flared bright as auxiliary nodes came online and dumped their charge, then dulled again. Gaps opened and closed in the span of breaths, too brief at first for any shot to slip through. The Imperium pressed. Artillery coordination shifted in real time. Auspex feeds from orbit and from ground-based sensors traced each fluctuation, each momentary thinning. Batteries were retasked mid-firing sequence. Shells redirected to chase those flickers, to exploit every tiny falter. It was a test of attrition between metal and will. Rylis had prepared for this day for generations. The Imperium had crossed the stars to see it made real. In the end, something had to give. When the shield broke, it did so with a sound no human ear was truly meant to hear. To those on the walls, it was like the wail of a hurricane and the screech of tortured metal, overlaid, amplified, and then torn away. For an instant, the air above the city seemed to shiver, light bent. The faint aurora that had been the visible sign of the dome's edge guttered like a blown candle. Then it vanished. For a heartbeat, Rylus lay naked beneath the guns. The Imperium did not waste that heartbeat. Macro shells that had been striking sparks from empty air now plunged straight into stone and steel. Whole salvos disappeared into the city's upper districts, detonations blooming seconds later in towers and habstacks. Spires that had stood for centuries shattered midway, their upper sections toppling in slow, graceful arcs before crashing into the structures around them. Streets vanished under avalanches of debris. Lance beams speared into the hearts of manufactoria complexes and temple spires, punching neat holes straight through from roof to sub-basement. Anything in their path ceased to be. Secondary explosions followed as reactors and fuel stores were touched. On the outer rings, the first few rows of wall towers simply ceased. One moment they bristled with guns and banners. The next, they were expanding clouds of pulverized stone and vaporized metal as Titan-caliber weaponry found them. Millions died in those first few moments, wiped away without ever seeing the weapons that killed them. The defenders fired back as best they could. Macro batteries turned their barrels toward the advancing Titans, seeking to punch holes in the encircling ring. Some hits landed, scarring armor, tearing away decorative panels of carapace. A warhound staggered as a shell caught it full in the head, snapping sensor arrays and blinding it on one side. It kept walking, guns thundering. The last flickers of the void shields tried to reconstitute themselves, stuttering into half-life, but they were too far gone. There was nothing left to feed them. They failed with a series of localized implosions, each one marked by a brief, vicious flash as the trapped power returned to the grid in uncontrolled fashion. Frying conduits and overloading relays. Fires started anew in the places those backlashes touched. Under that man-made apocalypse, the final assault began. Drop pods streaked down through the inferno, their hulls glowing from re-entry and near misses. Some were torn apart by flak or unlucky shell bursts, spinning away in trails of smoke, their contents scattered. Most made it. They slammed into the shattered outer walls and the districts just behind them, impact retro thrusters firing at the last instant to keep their interiors from becoming paste. The petals blew. Lunar wolves poured out into streets that were already half buried in rubble and corpses. Horus led them. His armor was whole again, plate repaired, new augmetics sealed beneath ivory ceramite. The marks of the plasma strike were there in subtle ways, in the stiffness of his left side, in the faint, pale map of scar tissue visible at his gorget's edge, where the collar met skin. They were reminders, not hindrances. He hit the ground at the head of his spear company, boots slipping for a moment on a slope of broken stone and pulverized bodies. He caught his balance, absorbing the impact as if he had stepped off a low stair, and raised his weapon. The streets ahead of him were a vision from some underworld myth. Buildings had slumped into each other, their facades ripped away to reveal rooms open to the air, furniture and bodies spilling out. Fires raged unchecked, fed by ruptured gas lines and fallen power cables. The air shimmered with heat and smoke. Somewhere ahead, a Rylysian gun crew was trying to swing the barrel of a heavy weapon toward the new arrivals, the barrel slewing slowly as its servos whined. "Forward," Horus said into the company vox, his voice cold. "Drive for the defense hubs. Leave nothing at our backs." Astartes surged past him, bolters barking, chain blades revving. The first volley shredded the gun crew before they had properly sighted. A second collapsed the remains of their emplacement, throwing machinery and bodies into a tangled heap. They advanced in bounding arcs, squads leapfrogging each other, covering lanes of fire as they moved. Any cluster of resistance was met with overwhelming force, flamer bursts that turned defensive nests into screaming pyres, crack grenades that blew apart bunkers already cracked by macro fire. Civilians fled in panic whenever the lunar wolves appeared, scattering down alleys, clutching what little they had managed to grab. Horus watched some of them for a few breaths, helmet lenses narrowing. He did not waste ammunition on them unless they raised weapons or blocked his path. There was no mercy in the choice, only calculation. Every bolt spent on a fleeing non-combatant was one not spent breaking the last remnants of organized defense. When he saw enemy soldiers trying to withdraw, however, he made different decisions. At one intersection, a knot of Rylisian infantry broke and ran as his vanguard, rounded the corner, abandoning their barricade. Horus held up a hand. "Let them go," he said. His sergeant glanced at him. "They will be back in the next line, my lord." "Exactly," Horus said, "and we will be waiting." They watched the men vanish into a maze of side streets, their boots splashing through water and ash. Horus flicked a series of orders to flanking squads, setting up a crossfire in the next district, over where his Auspex had already marked a choke point between tall hab stacks. When the Rylisians regrouped and took up position there, thinking themselves safe for a few precious breaths, the lunar wolves hit them from 3 sides at once, cutting them down before they could fully deploy. It was cruel, yes. It was also efficient. All across the breached outer ring, similar scenes played out. The city's defenders, already reeling from the loss of their shield, found themselves facing an enemy that seemed to be everywhere at once. Astartes moved through the ruins like avatars of death, ivory armor gleaming in the firelight. Behind them, Imperial army regiments pushed in, consolidating, securing, dying in droves to hold what the Legion took. The Emperor came down at the center of it all. His transport was not some anonymous lander. It was a golden thunderbolt falling from the sky, a purpose-built craft whose hull glowed with layered warding fields and whose engines howled like starved beasts. It punched through the edge of the bombardment with contemptuous ease, its shields shedding shrapnel and heat. It set down in a plaza that had once been a place of commerce, now a cratered waste between collapsing hab stacks. Its ramp extended, and the custodian guard strode forth, their armor brighter even than the flames, their guardian spears held with ritual precision. The Emperor walked among them, a point of impossible radiance. Where he moved, Rylisian resistance withered. Heavy gun emplacements that had survived the initial bombardment opened up on his spearhead, their shells hammering into invisible walls, or simply crumpling mid-air as if striking something stronger than adamant. He reached the nearest with a few swift strides, leaping up onto the ruined parapet as if gravity were a suggestion rather than a law. His blade, a weapon wrought in the days before any of Rylis's ancestors had even learned to write, sang as it cut through the emplacement. The gun crew died in pieces, their weapons split along its length. Armored bunkers, built to withstand centuries of siege, crumpled under the force of his assaults. Sometimes he used the sword, sometimes he used his hands, sometimes he did not touch them at all, simply directing a thought toward their foundations and watching them collapse, as if the earth beneath had turned to sand. Elite army regiments fought to keep pace with his advance. Men in polished carapace, bearing the aquila upon their breastplates, marched in ordered ranks through the rubble, laser guns firing in disciplined volleys. Their officers kept them in tight formations, refusing to let the awe and terror of fighting under the Emperor's direct gaze break their discipline. Above and around them, Titans strode into the city. The warhounds were the first through the gaps in the walls, slipping between shattered towers with predatory ease. Their turbo-laser destructors stitched lines of ruin through building fronts, blowing out whole floors and sending facades crashing down on whatever lay beneath. They moved carefully, wary of undermined ground, placing each titanic foot only where their princeps and moderati were certain it would hold. The Reavers followed, slower but even more devastating. Their apocalypse missile racks launched storm after storm of warheads into the deeper districts, each detonation adding to the sea of fire. Their carapace-mounted laser blasters scythed across defensive positions with surgical malice. At last, the warlords stepped over the remains of the outer wall and into the city proper. Its volcano cannons spoke, the beam boring straight through a row of fortified hab blocks and into the courtyard of an inner bastion. For an instant, there was only a line of incandescent light, thin and bright. Then the entire length of structures along its path disintegrated, walls and supports vaporizing, upper levels crashing down into the void. Any troops within were simply gone, turned to vapor and dust. Its plasma annihilator followed, vomiting a sphere of writhing energy into a plaza where Rylesian armor had tried to regroup. Tanks and infantry both vanished in the white glare, leaving only a pool of molten stone that slowly cooled into cracked glass. The defenders broke under the engine's shadow. Whatever courage remained in Ryles's rank and file fled at the sight of walking cathedrals of war, stepping over their last bastions. They ran, dropping weapons, scrambling over rubble, some trying to flee toward the inner sanctum, others simply seeking any shelter from the omnipresent fire. Within the great temple complex at the city's heart, Tiber made his last stand. The temple citadel had been raised in layers, each new age building upon the foundations of the previous. Its walls were overlaid with carvings depicting victories and miracles, its towers capped with storm-crowned statues of long-dead heroes. Now, those carvings were charred, many of the statues broken at the waist, their upper halves lying shattered on flagstones below. Artillery crews had dragged their guns up into every available vantage point. Heavy weapons jutted from windows and balconies, firing down at the advancing Imperials. The streets below were already choked with bodies, but the men on the guns did not stop. They worked until their barrels glowed, until recoil systems failed, until the weapons bucked and ruptured, killing their own crews. In the courtyards and inner avenues, line troops formed ranks and marched forward at Tiber's orders, even as the ground under them shook and the air filled with shrapnel. They knew they were walking into certain death. They went anyway, not because they believed in the old gods anymore, but because there was nowhere else to go. Tiber stood on the temple steps, helm under his arm, watching them die. He had ordered the civilians pulled back into the deepest vaults. He had argued for surrender and been denied. There was nothing left now but to fight, and to ensure that when the enemy reached the sanctum, they did not find their leaders cowering behind their flock. "Hold as long as you can," he told his under-captains. "Every moment we buy is another breath our people take. It may be their last, but it will be theirs." They saluted and went. He turned back toward the inner doors, where the priesthood and ruling council waited, surrounded by their guards and their icons. Horus came to them over a carpet of corpses. He carved his way through the last true defensive cordon with personal relish, his blade rising and falling in a rhythm that sent blood spraying in shallow arcs. Each swing left ruined men in its wake. Every time a Rylesian officer tried to rally, shouting orders from behind a half-collapsed barricade, Horus would mark him and cut a path toward him, cutting down any who stood between them. He wanted the defenders to see those men fall. He wanted them to understand that every symbol they clung to would be broken. He gave fleeing troops just enough space to think they had escaped, then called in fire missions to collapse the streets ahead of them, trapping them in kill boxes. He watched them pile up, hands clawing at climbing points, and then signaled his heavy weapons to rake the masses. His cruelty was not mindless. It was doctrine. Behind him, the lunar wolves advanced, silent save for the sound of their weapons. They did not shout battle cries. They did not waste breath. They pushed through the broken outer works and into the plazas before the temple, boots crunching on bone and tile. At the far side of that killing field, the Emperor arrived. The last intact bastion before the temple gates was a bunker of adamantine and faith, its surface scorched and pitted, its guns still firing. The Emperor walked through its storm of shot, each round veering aside as if the air itself refused to allow it to touch him. He reached the base of its wall and placed one hand upon it. Stone that had stood for centuries turned to dust under his palm. Cracks spiderwebbed outward, racing along the bastion's length, up its face, down into its foundations. With a sound like a mountain sighing, the entire structure slumped and dropped, shedding chunks of masonry and armor plate. It fell in on itself, extinguishing its own guns. The temple citadel's main gate loomed ahead, a vast portal of adamant, carved with images of storm-crowned gods and wrapped in heavy reinforcement bands. It had been built to be the last door in the city to ever fall. The Emperor stood before it and drew back his fist. Psychic energy gathered around the blow, the air sizzling, stones cracking. He struck, not with brute physical force alone, but with his will behind it, focusing the power he had bent to cow the warp upon this one point. The gate exploded inward. Metal crumpled, flung aside as if torn by an invisible giant. The blast tore through the inner vestibule, flattening the first ranks of temple guards and sending others tumbling across polished stone. Dust and smoke billowed. When it cleared, the Emperor walked through, sword in hand. Horus fell into step at his side, armor smeared with the city's blood, eyes bright. Custodian guard formed a living wall around them, their spears held in ready stance, their armor clicking softly. They entered the heart of Rylis. The inner sanctum was a vast chamber, its ceiling vaulted, its walls lined with statues and relics. At its far end stood the thrones of the ruling council, raised above the floor on a broad dais. Before them had been set an altar, carved from a single piece of black stone, its surface stained with centuries of sacrifices. Now that dais was a place of fear. The council members huddled on their seats or stood behind them, faces pale. The priesthood clustered near the altar, clutching their staves and icons. Guards ringed them, weapons raised, their formations ragged, eyes wide. They had heard the fighting draw nearer. Now the authors of that noise stood before them. The Emperor halted halfway up the nave, looking up at the dais. His gaze passed over each man in turn, weighing, judging. It lingered a fraction longer on Tiber, who had taken his place at the edge of the council, helm tucked under his arm, spine straight. "These are your leaders," the Emperor said, voice echoing in the high space. "These are the men whose pride and fear have brought your city to this." He gestured lazily, and invisible force plucked the guards from around the dais as easily as one might sweep pieces from a board. They flew aside, weapons torn from their hands, armor clanging as they struck the floor. "Their choices were not made in ignorance," he continued. "They were presented with the truth and refused it. They were offered a path by which some of you might live and denied you that hope. They clung to dead gods and the illusion of their own importance." He raised his voice. "Bring them down." Custodians and lunar wolves moved forward. The priesthood struggled, screaming curses, invoking names that no longer mattered. Council members begged, argued, some trying to claim they had supported surrender. It did not matter. They were dragged from their thrones, hauled down the steps, forced to their knees before the altar that had once been the focus of their rituals. Tiber did not resist. He walked down the steps under his own power, stopped before the Emperor, and dropped to one knee without being pushed. He met the gaze that fell upon him and held it. "I tried," he said quietly, "for what little that is worth." The Emperor regarded him. "It is worth this," he said. "You will die knowing you were not entirely blind." He turned his head, addressing the vast network of vox pickups that had been hastily wired into the temple, the lines carrying his voice out into the city and beyond, piggybacking on whatever civilian systems still functioned. Across Rylis, in shattered habs and makeshift shelters, in battered command posts and crowded vaults, speakers crackled and sprang to life. "People of Rylis," the Emperor said, "look upon those who brought you to this moment. Picked feeds transmitted the image, the kneeling figures, the broken gates behind them, the towering gold-clad forms of the invaders framing the scene. Men and boys and old fathers watched in stunned silence, crowded around flickering projectors. They saw their priests, the men who had promised them salvation and called the fleets false, on their knees. They saw the councils who had sworn to protect them huddling like criminals. They chose defiance over reason, the Emperor said. They chose their own pride over your lives. Now they will pay the price they tried to make you pay in their stead. He raised his sword. This is the fate of those who deny the unity of mankind. At a gesture, the custodians moved. Blades fell. The executions were swift. There was no ceremony beyond the simple act of judgment. Heads rolled, blood slicked the altar's black stone, bodies slumped. Tiber closed his eyes as the spear point took him in the heart. When he fell, he did so without a sound. The images went out across the planet. In every place where a voice spoke of gods and Rileys in the same breath, that voice faltered. When it was done, the Emperor looked out over the chamber. The smell of blood hung heavy. The surviving guards knelt or lay prostrate, weapons dropped. Custodians wiped their blades clean with ritual efficiency. "Raise the banners," the Emperor said. Outside, in the smoke-clogged streets, squads of Imperial soldiers clambered up broken spires and fractured bastions. They hauled the double-headed eagle up flagpoles that had once borne the sigils of Rylus' gods. They draped Legion standards over toppled statues. Where banners would not hold, they painted the aquila directly onto scarred stone, the black wings stark against ash and soot. The city lay in ruins. Whole districts were nothing but piles of shattered masonry and twisted metal. Fires still burned in pockets where fuel and promethium had found purchase. The air was thick with dust and the drifting ash of what had once been lives and dreams. In the open spaces that remained, the surviving population gathered. They knelt or lay prone, or simply sat in stunned exhaustion, watching as columns of Imperial troops marched past. Titans loomed in the distance, their silhouettes hazy in the smoke, like gods glimpsed through a bad dream. Vox horns carried the Emperor's speech on loop, his calm, terrible words repeated until they embedded themselves in every mind. Iterators moved among the masses, their voices trained and amplified, speaking of the Imperial truth. They talked of a universe without gods, ruled by reason and the iron will of mankind. They pointed to the ruined temple spires and said, "Here is your past." They pointed to the banners of terror snapping over the wreckage and said, "Here is your future." Children stared up at them with wide, hollow eyes. Men listened because there was nothing else left to hold on to. The names of the old gods tasted like ash in their mouths now. The name of the Emperor was a weight settling on their tongues. High above the broken avenues, on the steps of the shattered temple, the Emperor and Horus stood side by side, looking out over what they had made. Rylus smoked and smoldered, a city broken to the bone. Its people still breathed, in their billions, but their world had been ended and replaced with something new. "This is what defiance costs," the Emperor said quietly. Horus nodded, feeling the ache of his healing wounds, the memory of being lifted and thrown by a sun spear of plasma. "I will remember," he said. He meant it. The killing stopped, but the work of war went on. Rylus lay broken beneath the banners of terror. The fires that had devoured its outer districts were reduced to smoldering heaps, but smoke still smeared the sky, hanging low over shattered spires and gutted habstacks. Titans stood sentinel in the ruins, their reactor hearts turned down to a patient thrum, weapon limbs at rest. Columns of Imperial armor rolled through avenues that had once been crowded with pilgrims and merchants, treads clanking over rubble and bones alike. Into that ruin, the machinery of compliance sank its teeth. Administrators and Iterators, logisticians, and census clerks descended like a second, quieter invasion. Prefab administratum blocks were raised in the shadows of the broken walls, their facades blank and functional. Lines of Rylesians stretched from their doors, ragged, soot-stained, eyes hollow. They shuffled forward step by step, called by number and name, ushered into chambers where figures in grey and black uniforms waited with slates and autoquills. Names were taken, cross-checked against whatever records had survived. Ages were estimated, skills were listed. Each man was assessed for tithe weight, fit for frontline service, for labor battalions, for manufactoria work, or simply marked as static population, a resource to be taxed and monitored. Ink stamps fell with repetitive, punishing rhythm. Fit, unfit, redeploy, cull. Each decision was dropped into the hungry maw of the Imperium's war machine. Recruits were pulled aside, given new uniforms, new weapons, new insignia. Labor cadres were herded toward rebuilding works, toward mines and factories. Those judged too old or too broken to serve directly were shunted into the ledger columns that would decide their rations, their children's futures. Iterators moved among the lines, speaking of duty and destiny. The past, they said, was ash. Rylis, as it had been, existed now only as a cautionary tale. The future lay in service to Terra, in contributing to the Great Crusade that would bring unity to all of humankind. Their words were polished and hollow and relentless. Above this controlled tide of humanity, Horus Lupercal strode through the remnants of the city's industrial heart. The manufactoria complexes that ringed the inner sanctum had been hit hard during the assault. Roofs were collapsed, chimneys toppled, assembly lines twisted into knots by blast waves. Where once Rylesians had forged weapons for their own armies and crafted devotional icons for their gods, there were now piles of slag and wreckage. Horus walked through the wreckage with the eye of a soldier, not a pen pusher. He saw not ruins, but potential. "Strip out the old idols," he said, gesturing to a smashed statue niche where a storm-crowned figure lay decapitated among machine debris. "Clear the floor space. These lines were meant for munitions once. They can be again." Tech priests from the Mechanicum accompanied him, their vocoders buzzing as they recorded his observations. He spoke to them in the language of output quotas and caliber measurements, of throughput and feedstock, not in prayers. They appreciated that. "This complex can be brought back online within a few campaigns," one Magos rasped, mechadendrites flexing as his cogitators ran projections. "With proper investment, it could supply armor plate and small arms for several expeditionary fleets." Horus nodded. "Make it supply mine," he said. "First, then the wider crusade." He was not ashamed of the possessive. The Lunar Wolves had bled heavily for this city. They would reap the first harvest. He envisioned manufactoria lines, turning out bolter shells and replacement plate for his sons, the shells that had once spat defiance, now feeding his own weapons. Elsewhere, refineries were retooled, their output rerouted toward fuel and promethium quotas set by Imperial tacticians. Hab blocks that had survived relatively intact were reassigned and renumbered, their old clan markings painted over, new designations stamped in blocky high Gothic. The city's identity was being taken apart and rebuilt at the molecular level. On the glory of Terra, the taking of Rylis was given a different face. In the Grand Strategium, now cleansed of the scorch marks and debris left by panicked last-minute redeployments during the siege, a ceremonial gathering took place. Officers from the Imperial Army stood in serried ranks on the lower tiers, their dress uniforms hastily pressed. Representatives of Legio Ignatum were present, their princeps and moderati assembled in a cluster of red and black formality. Lunar Wolves captains stood behind their gene-sire, armor polished, helms held under their arms. The Emperor of Mankind addressed them from the command dais. The hololithic projection of Rylus turned slowly at his back, a ghost city, its ruin polished smooth by the map's abstracting functions. Where once the void shield had been marked as a glowing hemisphere, now there was nothing, only concentric circles denoting new administrative sectors and tithe zones. This world resisted compliance, the Emperor said, his tone even. It chose defiance over reason. You have seen the price of that choice. He let the image revolve, the scars of bombardment and assault marked in shifting rune clusters. But you have also seen how such defiance is answered, he continued. The siege of Rylus was not a simple contest of strength. It was a proving ground. It tested the resolve of this fleet, the discipline of our regiments, the coordination of our titans, and the resilience of those who lead them. He turned his gaze to Horus. My son, he said, and the word carried weight, has shown in this campaign a maturation of command that exceeds even what I expected of him. He has balanced ruthlessness with calculation, fury with patience. He has suffered a grievous wound and risen from it stronger in will. A murmur rippled through the gathered officers. The story of the crater had already spread, embellished in the telling. To have the Emperor himself acknowledge it, cemented it as legend. Remember, Rylus, the Emperor said to them all. Remember the tunnel war, the night of fire, the final breaking of the walls. Let it be a lesson in what is required when unity is threatened. Let it be a marker on the path my son walks. From this day, no commander in this crusade can pretend ignorance of the standards set here. He lifted his hand in a gesture that could have been blessing or command. We go on, he said. There are more worlds to bring into compliance. Rylus is not an end, it is a beginning. Applause filled the chamber, a patter of gloved hands and the occasional clang of gauntlet on breastplate. Horus inclined his head in acknowledgement, feeling the eyes upon him, the weight of their expectations settling across his shoulders like a cloak. Later, in the quiet of his own quarters aboard the flagship, the applause meant less. He sat in darkness, broken only by the faint glow from the viewing port, where Rylus turned slowly below the ship's hull. The scar tissue along his flank tugged when he shifted, a reminder that his body, for all its engineered perfection, could be marked. He remembered flashes of the impact, of heat beyond bearing, of being lifted and flung. He remembered nothing of the crater itself. His consciousness had departed before he could truly experience the helplessness of lying broken at his father's feet. But he had heard the tales, seen the picked captures, felt the echo in the way his brothers spoke of it. They said the Emperor had stood over him like a rampart, that he had killed without effort, that he had refused to abandon his son's body, even when the weight of the enemy threatened to bury them both. Horus turned that knowledge over and over in his mind. It was not the salvation itself that gnawed at him. He had saved his father's life in battle before, on other worlds, in other campaigns. Duty was a chain that bound both ways. It was the image of the Emperor alone, surrounded by enemies, choosing to plant his feet rather than withdraw, that cut deeper. He had not seen it, but he could imagine it too well. A debt had been written in blood there, whether his father acknowledged it or not. Something beyond the structured obligations of command, beyond the scripted loyalties of a Primarch to his sire. It was a bond forged in the raw, brutal reality of almost loss. He felt its weight like an extra organ behind his ribs. You owe him, some quiet part of his mind whispered. You will make this right. One day, somewhere, you will stand where he stood, and you will not fail him. The idea comforted and unsettled him in equal measure. The Emperor did not think in debts. In his private reflections, Rylus was a column in a ledger, not of lives, but of strategic outcomes. The siege had presented risks, yes. The tunnel assault had approached something that a lesser being might call a near defeat. The plasma strike that had almost killed Horus had been a moment of annoyance, sharpened by the personal inconvenience of his son's injury. In the vast calculus that occupied his mind, however, Rylus had served its purpose admirably. It had shown the expeditionary fleets and their commanders that his person was not a thing that could be lightly threatened. It had demonstrated, on a planetary scale, the consequences of daring to do so. It had tested Horus and found him wanting in some respects, strong in others. Those results would be fed into a longer arc, one that stretched far beyond this single, broken world. He stood alone in an observation chamber, watching the city turn in the darkness, lights already returning to some of its districts as imperial power grids came online. It had been necessary to strip away much to reveal the core he desired. That was the rule with all things: flesh, stone, ideas. The Imperium would build something new upon this murdered foundation. In time, the people of Rylus would come to see their previous existence as a primitive precursor to the glory he had given them. In the meanwhile, there were adjustments to be made. Lord Marshal Cord delivered his formal complaint, as required by protocol. Though the exhaustion in his bearing turned what might once have been a strident protest into something closer to a plea. He stood before the Emperor's throne in the flagship's audience chamber, armor cleaned but still bearing faint scorch marks. The lines on his face had deepened since their arrival in system. His augmetic eye clicked softly as it adjusted focus. "My lord," he said, voice steady, "the losses incurred during the siege exceed any projections I made at the outset. Millions of Imperial soldiers dead in the trenches, more in the tunnels and in the camp. Entire regiments reduced to a handful of survivors. We will feel the absence of those men and their experience for many campaigns to come." He paused. "I do not question your decision to answer Rylus's defiance decisively," he added, choosing his words with care. "But I must argue that a swifter recourse to orbital saturation might have preserved more of our strength without materially altering the outcome. The Imperium will pay for this victory in diminished capacity elsewhere." The Emperor listened without visible reaction. When Cord finished, he allowed a moment of silence to stretch between them. "You see only the numbers immediately before you," he said at last. "Regiment designations, casualty lists, projected recruitment shortfalls. You are not wrong to note them. That is your role. But you mistake my purpose if you think that preserving those numbers was the highest priority in this instance." He rose from the throne, descending the short flight of steps until he stood only a few strides away from the Marshal. "The lives spent here were not wasted," he said. "They purchased something of greater value than themselves. They bought a story. They bought an example. Every officer and soldier who hears of Rylus will know what it means to fail in the duty of protection around me, and what it means to threaten what I have built. That knowledge will save lives elsewhere, in numbers you cannot yet calculate." He tilted his head, regarding Cord as one might a useful tool that had reached the end of its service life. "However," he went on, "your reluctance to spend what must be spent marks you as unsuitable for further command at this level. You have served your function. You will now step aside." Cord stiffened. "My lord, if this is about my questioning, it is about your limits," the Emperor said. "I require commanders who understand that billions are numbers to be moved, not weights to be feared. You have reached the point where your conscience impedes your effectiveness. You are dismissed from overall planetary command. You will be reassigned where your caution will do less harm." There was a flicker of something like pain in Cord's expression. He bowed sharply. "As you command," he said. He turned and walked away, steps measured. He did not look back. The man who replaced him was younger, keener, with eyes that had not yet learned to flinch when reading casualty lists. He accepted his elevation with fervor, eager to prove himself worthy of the Emperor's trust. The siege had eaten one kind of servant and made room for another. Among the lunar wolves, the siege became something else. In the legions' gathering halls and armories, in the quiet watches between deployments, warriors told each other the story of Rylus. They spoke of the Tunnel War and the night when the camp seemed to fall into the earth. They spoke of the Titans walking through the city's bones, but most of all, they spoke of the crater. They told how their gene sire had been struck down by a traitor's shot, how the enemy had sought to drag his body away in pieces. They spoke with relish of how the Emperor had stood over him, alone and unyielding, killing until the ground could hold no more corpses. They described, in ever more colorful detail, the way bolts and shells had curved away from him, the way his voice had turned men's brains to ash in their skulls. Each retelling added touches. The crater grew deeper, the number of enemies higher. In some versions, the Emperor and Horus fought back-to-back for hours before the strike. In others, the Emperor caught the plasma shot in his own hand and hurled it aside, and only a fragment struck Horus. Truth blurred into myth. The details did not matter. The core did. The message was simple and potent. The bond between gene sire and father was absolute. They stood together, and nothing could break that union. For Astartes bred to worship both, it was a model of loyalty that sank deep into their gene-wrought bones. On Rylus itself, a different kind of story began to take root. In the ruined districts, where people picked their way through rubble to salvage what little they could, rumors spread. They spoke of the Golden Warrior who had stood in the heart of the invaders' camp while the earth blew apart around him, who had torn through their own shock troops when they tried to strike him down. Some claimed they had seen him on the walls, walking through fire untouched. Others swore they had glimpsed his silhouette in the smoke as the Titans entered the city, guiding them with a gesture. The old gods were gone. Their statues lay shattered. Their temples had been broken and repurposed into imperial shrines and offices. Their names had been made into curses by the same mouths that once prayed to them. Something in human nature abhors a vacuum. In hidden corners and half-collapsed basements, in the shadows of new administratum edifices, small gatherings formed. Men lit candles before crude drawings of a man in golden armor, or before scavenged picked plates showing the Emperor on his balcony, or standing over the executed council. They whispered words that were not yet polished into creed, but which held the shape of future heresy. He stood while all else fell, they said. He brought ruin, but he also brought an end to the fear that the old gods had never stopped. Perhaps he himself was a god, harsh but real, one who answered challenges with fire. Iterators would have called such thoughts dangerous. The Emperor himself would have named them wrong. For now, they went unnoticed, buried under the administrative avalanche of compliance. Later, they would bloom into something far more troublesome. On the observation deck of the Glory of Terror, the father and son who had given Rylus its new shape looked down upon it one last time together. The world turned slowly beneath the crystal panes, its scars visible even from orbit. From this distance, the destroyed districts were pale smudges against the darker swathes of untouched terrain. The city itself was a jagged, irregular patch of light and shadow, the pattern of its damage etched into its outline. Horus stood with his hands clasped behind his back, mirroring the posture he had seen his father assume so often. The scars along his side ached faintly in the recycled air. "It is worse, seeing it from here," he said quietly. "From the ground, it is noise and fire, and the immediacy of survival. From here, you see the whole, the shape of what we have done." The Emperor's gaze did not leave the world. "You regret it?" he asked. Horus considered. "I regret that it was necessary," he said. "I regret that so many of our own died because we underestimated their tunnels and their ferocity. I regret that we had to slaughter millions to make a point." He hesitated. "But I do not regret that they are ours now," he added, "or that those who would threaten you see what fate awaits them." The Emperor inclined his head fractionally. "Unity is not a gentle thing," he said. "It cannot be. We are not binding together a handful of tribes on a single plane. We are forging a polity that stretches across the stars, that must endure against Xenos, and the warp, and the cowardice of lesser men. If we show weakness, we invite dissolution. Mercy, when exercised too broadly, becomes a betrayal of those who have already given everything to this cause." He turned his head, studying his son's profile. "You must learn that," he said. "You will one day stand where I stand. You will have to decide when to burn and when to spare. Rylus is a lesson in that balance." Horus felt the words settle. He knew their implication. His father saw him not just as a chosen general, not just as a favored son, but as a potential successor. Rylus was another stone laid in that path. "I understand," he said. He looked down at the world again, at the faint glimmer of light that marked the temple district, now stripped of its old idols. "I owe you my life," he said after a moment. "I do not say that lightly. I have fought for you on 100 fields, but this is different. I lay in that crater, helpless. You could have withdrawn, could have left me to my fate, and preserved yourself for the larger war. You did not." The Emperor's eyes were unreadable. "I did what was required," he said. "For the war?" Horus asked. "Or for me?" Silence stretched. "Does it matter?" the Emperor said at last. To Horus it did, but he recognized the boundary in that answer, the line between what his father would give and what he would not. Some truths, perhaps, were not for Primarchs to know. He bowed his head. "One day," he said, half to himself, "I will stand where you stood. Some future battlefield, some other world in defiance. When the moment comes, I will not fail you." The Emperor did not reply. There was the faintest shift in the way his weight rested, as if some distant thought had tugged at him. Then he turned away from the viewing pane. "Prepare your legion," he said. "We translate soon. Rylus is compliant. Our work here is done." As the fleet's drives built toward translation, lights along the hulls dimming and flaring with the shift in power, the world below continued its slow rotation. Its people filed through census halls and recruitment centers, knelt before new banners, whispered new names in old prayers. Its forges began to turn again, sending plumes of honest industrial smoke into a sky that still smelled faintly of burning flesh. When the ships of the Imperium tore a hole in reality and slipped back into the immaterium, Rylus was left behind, compliant, scarred, irrevocably altered. In the dark between stars, Horus carried the image of a crater and a golden figure standing over him, and the promise he had made in silence. Goro was not a world so much as a wound. It hung in the void like a rusted orb, a hollowed sphere of scrap and slag circling a bloated red sun. Layers of metal plate and wreckage had been welded and riveted into a pseudo-crust over some ancient, tortured core. Towers of junk rose from its surface, crowned in smoke and guttering plasma flares. Gun emplacements big as hive spires jutted from its skin, vomiting flak and energy fire into the void. 1,000 ships of the Imperium dropped from the Empyrean around it, engines, burning white. At their head came the Emperor in his own flagship, and beside him the vengeful Spirit, the warship of Horus Lupercal. On the Strategium decks, they watched the scrap world turn. "The key to this green-skinned satrapy," the Emperor said softly, "more to the universe than to the men around him. We break Goro, and the Telon Reach opens to us. Their strange plasma will trouble us no longer." Horus's eyes tracked the swirling energy signature at the world's heart, the readings spiking and mutating as the Orc reactors cycled. "Their guns will not die to orbital fire," he said. "Their crust is too thick, their power too wild. We have to go inside." The Emperor smiled, a rare flicker that touched only the edges of his mouth. "Then we go inside," he he said. They did. Teleport beams carved spears of invisible force through the void and down into Goro's malformed flesh. In bursts of light and crackling air, the spearhead of the crusade arrived in the caverns beneath the scrap crust. Custodian guard in gold, Justier in Terminators in black, and at the center of it all, two figures in armor that shamed all others around them. The Emperor, halo of psychic force crackling like a contained storm. Horus, War Master of the Imperium now, his plate a polished ivory scarred by 100 campaigns, his favored claws and blade crackling with caged energy. Around them, the cavern shook with the impact of their arrival. Goro's deep places were a cacophony of industrial hell. Plasma vents spewed weird light. Massive chains creaked as they dragged whole continents of scrap along overhead tracks. Orc machinery clanged and roared, built by lunatic genius and held together more by belief than engineering. And orcs came. They were bigger here than most places. Goro's war bosses and their mechs had churned out bionics in obscene profusion, replacing limbs and bones with pistons and gears until some of the creatures towered over dreadnoughts. Their eyes burned with feral intelligence and simple, beautiful malice. The assault turned immediately into a slaughter. Custodians formed glittering wedges, their guardian spears punching through chests, their storm shields turning aside blows that would have split tanks. Lunar wolves in Terminator plate thundered forward, storm bolters barking, reaping the first ranks of the green tide. Horus and the Emperor strode at the point, each step driving them deeper into the heart of Goro. They fought together like parts of the same weapon. Where the Emperor moved, warp energy flared. With each swing of his blade, dozens of orcs died, minds blasted or bodies shattered. Where he pointed, enemies burst apart as if crushed by invisible hands. Where Horus moved, the physical world screamed. His claws tore through bionics and bone alike, sparks and blood spraying as he waded into the biggest of the greenskins. He laughed once, a harsh bark, as a charging knob smashed into his chest and staggered back, stunned, armor dented but not pierced. In reply, Horus caught the creature by its jaw and tore its head away. They went on like that for hours, a joint storm tearing a path through the orc warrens toward the impossible plasma sun flickering at Goro's core. Orc weaponry hammered at them, bolts of lurid energy and shells that sang strange tunes as they flew. Custodians and lunar wolves fell in flashes of light and spray of metal, their deaths marked and passed over in the relentless advance. At the height of the battle, the tide shifted. A new wave crashed against them, heavier, more focused. Orcs the size of engines covered in plates of scavenged armor, bionics hissing and clanking, surged out of side tunnels, bellowing challenges. Their weapons were twisted things, cannons and claws fused to their bodies, their silhouettes half living, half machine. In the press, the line around the Emperor faltered. He had ranged ahead, teleportation and sheer speed carrying him deeper into the scrap labyrinth, leaving his guard a few heartbeats behind. For a moment, he stood alone in a wide cavern, a bridge of woven metal stretching out over a sea of magma and plasma waste. Orcs poured onto that bridge from three sides. The Emperor met them without pause. His sword flickered, cutting them down as they came, each cut severing limbs, armor, crude weapons. Bolts of psychic fire streaked from his outstretched hand, turning some to ash mid-stride. He moved with inhuman grace, any lesser warrior long since buried. But even a god can be caught in the crush of the mortal. A strange, growling whine cut through the roar. An orc plasma blast caught him on the flank, a lurid globe of energy that flared against his wards and partially punched through. His armor blackened. Power fields screamed as they bled off the worst of the hit, but it slowed him, knocked him a half step out of perfect rhythm. That was enough. The war boss of Goro moved. It was bigger than the others, a mountain of metal and meat fused together. Its jaw was a cage of razor teeth and steel. Its back bristled with exhaust stacks and rotating energy coils. Its right arm was an enormous fist, more claw than hand, each finger a piston-driven talon. Its left was some twisted cannon, coils glowing malevolent blue. It crashed through its lesser kin, shouldering them aside as it hurled itself down the bridge. The Emperor turned to meet it, sword rising, but the war boss was already upon him. Its claw closed around his throat, fingers biting into golden plate, servos screaming as they drove home. The bridge shook under their impact. The Emperor's boots slid half a step. For the first time in that campaign, his balance faltered. The world narrowed around him to the pressure at his neck, the foul breath boiling from the creature's maw, the weight of its bulk trying to drive him to his knees. Armor designed to withstand artillery groaned, metal creaked, the talons dug deeper, searching for flesh beneath the plate. The Emperor's hand shot up, grabbing at the war boss's wrist. Even for him, prizing that grip open would take a crucial moment, and there were still orcs swarming around his legs, hacking, climbing, trying to drag him down. Across the battlefield, Horus felt it. He did not sense the Emperor's pain the way the Emperor had sensed his at Rylus. Their link did not work in that direction, but he saw it, clear as a flare in night. His helm lenses tracked the flash of that plasma strike, saw the golden figure stagger, saw the hulking mass of the war boss engulf him. For a heartbeat, Goro faded. In its place, Horus saw another field, a broken Imperial camp under a false sky, a crater full of bodies and smoke. Himself, younger, hurled aside by a sun-hot blast, lying limp and broken as enemy soldiers surged toward him. Above him, a lone figure planted his feet, refusing to give ground. The memory hit like a blow. Rylus, the Knight of Fire, obeyed his father's boots between him and the world. Now the positions were reversed. There was no thought, only movement. Horus threw himself forward, smashing aside an orc knob that lunged at him, his claw taking the creature's head clean off. Another greenskin rose in front of him, bellowing, axe raised. Horus crashed into it shoulder first, bowling it out of the way. He vaulted over a pile of corpses, his armor's servos shrieking at the demand. "Make a hole," he roared into the vox. The Justarin responded without question. They shifted, firing lines altering in instants, bolters stitching a path through the press. For a few precious seconds, the tide parted enough to let him through. He hit the bridge at a dead run. The war boss loomed ahead, its bulk dwarfing even his imposing frame. It had both feet planted, braced, every fiber of its being focused on the act of throttling the life from the thing in its grasp. The Emperor's sword had dropped for a moment under the strain, the blade still dripping with greenskin blood. Horus came in from the war boss's blind side. He did not raise his claws. For this, he reached for the heavier weapon slung across his back, the long, vicious blade he had taken as one of his first trophies in the Great Crusade. It sang as it left its sheath, energy fields crackling to life along its edge. He put everything into the swing. Arm, shoulder, core, transhuman musculature and power armor servos all drove the stroke. The blade came in low, then rose, a sweeping arc aimed at the thing that mattered most. The war boss's right arm, the one clamped around the Emperor's throat. Steel met metal and flesh. For a heartbeat, resistance, the feel of layered armor, pistons, bone. Then the power field bit properly, and the massive limb parted. The cut was almost clean, severing muscle bundles and hydraulic cables alike. The fist, still clenched, tore free, momentum carrying it onward. It fell, dragging a howl from the war boss and loosening its chokehold. Blood and oil sprayed, hot and foul. The stump of the limb gouted mixed fluid, spraying across Horus's plate, splattering the Emperor's helm. The severed arm hit the bridge and bounced, talons gouging deep furrows before it tumbled over the edge into the molten lake below. The war boss bellowed, a sound that shook dust from the high beams. It staggered, turning, its massive head swinging toward Horus. Its remaining arm, the cannon limb, tried to track him, coils beginning to glow. Horus did not give it the chance. He stepped in close, inside the arc of the weapon, and drove his blade up under the creature's rib plates, angling for the place where even an orc's redundant organs could not help it. The hilt jarred as the point punched through bionic bracing and into whatever served the war boss for a heart. He felt the convulsion run through its frame, felt its legs shudder. At the same instant, freed from the choking grip, the Emperor unleashed what he had been holding back. A psychic hammer blow slammed into the war boss's mind, such as it was. The creature's monstrous skull snapped back as if struck by an invisible fist. Its eyes bulged, then burst in wet pops. The crude psychic resonance that made orcs a gestalt of brutal will shattered. For a moment, every green skin on the bridge flinched, their momentum checked. The war boss fell. Its bulk crashed down onto the bridge, shaking the whole structure. Horus yanked his blade free and stepped back, chest heaving. The Emperor straightened, one hand going briefly to his throat. His armor was dented there, the golden plates buckled, shallow grooves marring what had once seemed untouchable. They looked at each other. For a heartbeat, father and son stood framed in the smoke and flickering plasma light, surrounded by the bodies of Xenos and men. The bond forged at Rylys, tempered in 100 other battles, flared between them. Horus could have said any number of things. There were phrases of humility, of bravado, of deflection. He chose the simplest. "Debt paid," he said. The Emperor's eyes, dark and fathomless, regarded him. Then, very slightly, he smiled. "For now," he replied. Together, they turned back to the war. They drove on into the heart of Goro, carving their way through the last of the Orc resistance. They reached the impossible plasma sphere at the world's core, a boiling sun held in a cage of junk and warp-twisted machinery. The Emperor set his will against it, unpicking its bindings, collapsing its precarious balance. Horus held the line, guarding his father's work, as the Orcs threw their remaining strength into stopping him. When Goro died, it did so inwards, the scrap crust cracking and folding, the plasma heart collapsing into the immaterium, with a howl that echoed in the minds of every psyker in the fleet. A hollow shell of rust drifted where once an empire's heart had beat. In the aftermath, aboard the vengeful Spirit, Horus's captains gathered around a hollow of the ruined scrap world. Their armor was scarred, their faces dark with soot and blood. Abaddon stood at Horus's right hand, arms folded, his expression hungry. "That was a fight worthy of saga," one captain said, gesturing at the hollow. "Goro and Rylys both. The War Master felling the beast that had its hands around the Master of Mankind's throat." Horus looked at the spinning image, at the glowing mark that denoted where the bridge had once been. "Do not cheapen it with boast," he said. His voice was quiet and carried more weight than any shout. "At Rylys I lay broken, and he stood over me, alone, against a city's hatred. On Goro, it was his turn to be the one in danger, and I answered. That is what we are. That is what this Imperium is built on. Not banners, not speeches. Moments where one of us stands when all logic says we should fall, or throws himself into a blade's path because it must be done." He turned his gaze to each of them in turn. "You will have your own Rylys," he said. "Your own Goro. Times when you must be the one to hold the line, or to leap into the fire. For him, for me, for the dream we share with our father. You must be willing to do anything, to anyone, to keep that dream alive. Even to each other if it comes to it." Abaddon's eyes flickered, a strange light in them. "And if the dream itself changes?" he asked. Horus held his eyes for a long moment. "Then we will see," he said softly. Elsewhere, in quieter parts of the fleet, a remembrancer set ink to parchment. He was not yet called such, not in the formal way that title would later take, but he was there to record. He had watched from the safe distance of orbit as Rylys burned, as Goro imploded. He had listened to accounts from soldiers and officers, piecing together narratives from fragments. Now he wrote of two moments. He wrote of a siege on a human city, of a crater full of bodies, a son lying broken while his father stood over him, the storm of war crashing against golden armor and unbent will. He wrote of a scrap world in the Telon Reach, of a bridge over a sea of fire, of a father's throat caught in a monster's hand, and a son driving his blade through that hand to free him. He set the tales side by side, bound them in words and ink, not knowing that others would one day read them with a bitterness he could not yet imagine. Much later still, when the galaxy burned and brother fought brother, someone in a ruined archive on Terra would find his work, singed at the edges, and understand. They would understand why, on the walls of the Imperial Palace, facing the full might of a traitor war master, the Emperor had hesitated. He had looked up at the vast bulk of the vengeful spirit hanging above his dying world, at the storm of traitor dropcraft falling like locusts, and seen not just a rebel. He had seen a boy in an earlier age, eager and bright at his side in a stratagem. He had seen a son lying broken in a crater on Rylus, his own boots planted between that body and the void. He had seen a bridge on Goro, a crushing green fist around his throat, and a white streak of armor and blade coming to his aid. Those memories had weight, enough perhaps to slow his hand in the instant before it struck. On the vengeful spirit, long after Goro, long after Ulanor, long after the first whispers of rebellion had turned into open revolt, Horus stood alone in a chamber lit by the dull glow of the eye. He closed his eyes and saw two images overlapping. In the first, he was on his back in a crater, armor broken, the sky filled with fire. The Emperor stood over him, cutting down men who screamed defiance, refusing to step aside even as the world tried to bury them. In the second, he stood over another figure, smaller now in his memory than the reality had ever been, halo dimmed by his own rage. His weapon was raised. Power crackled along its edge. The decision sat in his hands like a living thing. He remembered the feeling of the war boss's limb parting under his blade on Goro, the hot spray, the roar, the sudden release as his father was freed. That had been repayment, he had told himself. Debt answered. Circle closed. But nothing closed. The lines only tangled tighter. He opened his eyes. The galaxy outside the armor glass was a whirl of corruption and storm. The thing inside him, the presence that now shared his mind, whispered encouragement, stoking old grievances, twisting old loyalties. Once, he had vowed in silence that he would never fail his father, that he would repay blood with blood, devotion with devotion. Now he raised his weapon anyway. Far in the future, long after both of them were gone, chroniclers would argue over when the heresy truly began. Some would name Ulanor, others Istvan, others still the first whispered lies, in places no human eye had ever seen. But the wise ones, the few who understood how the greatest wars are born not only of strategy but of wounded hearts, would look further back. They would look to a dusty encampment outside a human city that thought itself strong, where a golden figure chose to stand over a fallen son rather than step away. They would look to a rusted scrap world where that son hacked apart a monster to free his father's throat. They would see that the siege of Rylus was more than a campaign note, more than a footnote in the annals of the Great Crusade. It was the moment the Emperor bound himself to Horus with blood and fire, weaving a bond so fierce that when it finally broke, the shock of it did not stop at the walls of any city or the surface of any world. It ran out into the void, into the warp, into the hearts of men, and shook all creation.